Good afternoon, you guys. Can you hear me?
I'm talking away again. I've got my mic muted, as usual.
Oh yeah, me too. I do all the time.
We are just about to get underway with this match. We had a great match earlier on, which I didn't stream because I was watching football, and plus the fact it wasn't scheduled before the one that I'm doing now between Sergresh and Hairpig. The room is up. We'll get in.
I watched some of that match. It was good.
Well, from what I've seen, and I'm just going to change the colour of the cloth, and according to Hairpig, he got a run of 67, his highest run in the tournament, and that gave him a big lead. He had a lead of 90, and then Sergresh started battling his way back in it, and he battled his way back in it the right way from the section that I seen, because he was getting a run and then running and hiding, leaving it safe, and just gradually began to pick off Hairpig. And then when it got to Hairpig was in 186, and Sergresh got back to 181, and then he missed. It wasn't all that difficult. I can't get the cloth change here. It wasn't all that difficult, but he missed. And that essentially was his last chance to match. He could have pinched it in the end. He was unlucky, but it was the best match of the tournament for tension towards the end. Let's go to blue. Right, but anyway, we are here for the match between Moz, who are classed as from the UK, he's from England. Good evening to Napnica, good evening to Semi Pro, good evening to Larry. And well, that match earlier on, by the way, lasted 3 hours and 10 minutes, Steve. So that was torrid to have to sit through it. Now, your mic, Steve, just a little bit of the nasal coming through.
Okay, I'll lower it a little. Is that better?
That's better.
Okay.
I've got a question to ask the guys in the chat, and I can't remember what it is. Oh, God, I hate that. I thought I've got to ask. Oh, that was it. I noticed in Discord, in the VP4 channel yesterday, that Bedhead was saying he was in problem with VP4 online. It was just tossing him out rooms, and he was getting kicked all the time. And I put a message in the VP4 lobby. I haven't went to read it. I'm talking about the VP4 channel in Discord, and I don't know whether he's got anything fixed or whether he needs any assistance getting it fixed, because I believe he's playing. Is he playing Potman? Hang on a minute to look at the bracket. He just said that whenever he set a room and whenever he was trying to do something, it was just crashing. So that's the match that we've got just now. And then we've got Tommy.
Showing Bedhead as a forfeit.
Right, well, I presume he's forfeited, but, why didn't he send a message to somebody?
Well, I mean, we can reset the match. That's not a problem.
Well, has anybody got contact with Bedhead? Get a hold of him. And if he wants, I'll have a rummage around and get it fixed for him. I haven't failed yet. Anyway, this is a match that we have today. Now, I can tell you how this is going to go, pretty much. I'll make a shrewd guess here. Shibo, like Moz, doesn't play straight pool, and neither do I, for that matter. But Shibo plays every game exactly the same way, no matter what game it is. He's too much in a hurry. He doesn't take his time. He doesn't assess the situation fully before he lets go, and he'll get picked off if he keeps up with the same pattern. In terms of ball potting, Moz would be the stronger player, but in terms of how to go about running out these racks and getting to the important point in each rack, well, that's a toss of a coin between the two of them. But in the end, I think that's how I see it going, but I could be proved wrong. But the match, that's what was mentioned. The match that we have later on is the match between. There's the result for the one earlier on. As I say, best match of the tournament. Both players got their high runs. Segresh got his of 41. You've got Tommyy and Larry going at it in a couple of hours' time, which is way too late for me. I'm back to work tomorrow. And then we've got this match going at the moment. So that's about it.
Yeah, I haven't seen Shibo play much, but I think there's really a couple things given, players of the same level. One's going to be, how much straight pull they've played. And you mentioned you don't think either one has played straight pull. The other issue, and, this is one of the things I look at a lot. I look at this in real life too. Like if I'm looking at somebody I want to match up and gamble with, and I'm watching them play, one of the things I look at is how well their cue ball is online.
Mm-hmm.
Because what I see in a lot of players and a lot of good players on VP4 is they have an idea where the cue ball's going, but they don't really know where it's going, and they roll balls on the wrong lines a lot of times. So I think that's a huge thing. The guy that understands where the cue ball's going on a natural line has a huge advantage. And on 9-ball, you can play area position and get away with it and be kind of sloppy.
Yeah.
But in straight pull, there's a lot of situations where you need to be good with a cue ball, and that's hard to do if you don't really know where it's going. So I'll be interested to see, what kind of lines these guys actually roll the cue ball on. And in straight pull, it's a lot like most other games, but straight pull and 8-ball especially, you have a chance to roll the ball a lot and let the ball go where it wants. And that's the simplest and most consistent way to play. And as soon as you start having to spin it a lot, that's, going to be a lot less consistent. So it all comes down to, moving the cue ball comes down to playing more natural position and understanding where that cue ball is going to roll. And the guy that does that better in this match has a huge advantage. And I don't know these guys, so I have no idea what's going to happen.
Well, I reckon, Moz would be technically better at moving the cue ball, or have probably be more likely to get there more often than not than Shibo. I think this is too straight. Dead straight.
Yeah, well, if you start missing balls or doing silly mistakes, and a lot of those advantages could be negated.
Yeah, that's what I was asking earlier on. If anybody can get a hold, I'll send them a message on the through VP4 and see if we get a reply from them.
Yeah, we can reset the match, and they can reschedule it. Hopefully, usually if you're having problems where you're getting tossed out of the game, it's usually connection problems, and almost always those are local. Once in a while they're regional. A great once in a while it's a data center. There have been instances where people's routers got funny, and there's been several times where we fixed problems just by having people reboot their router or modem, or combination. It depends on how you're set up, but most likely it's just a local connection problem where his connection's being funky, and that just sucks, but it should clear up.
I must admit that I don't get an awful lot of problems. And the only time I have problems with VP4 is when everybody else is having problems, and that's if the server's down and you get the socket error thing and whatever. We had that last week, didn't we?
Yeah, if the server has problems, then it's typically going to be a socket error where you just can't even connect. We have seen some issues, especially in the UK, where certain carriers at certain times of the day, for a while there, I don't know, people on a certain carrier, I don't remember which one it was, but about 5 in the afternoon, when
Yeah,
it just started dropping people out.
yeah, they'll be throttling the internet speeds. They say they don't do it, but I bet you they do it when it gets to the busy times. I mean, the thing is, a lot of people are coming home from work at that time, and everything goes on. Probably checking emails and all of that stuff, and 3, 4 people in the family doing the same thing.
Well, we haven't seen that issue in a while. Carrier may have got their equipment upgraded. These carriers, they all oversell their networks.
Oh yeah.
So I think that's a little less common to have those problems nowadays. But again, it depends on which country you live in and who your carrier is, and who knows.
So Steve's echoing a bit. He sounds okay to me, but it's probably how it's channeling through Discord and then through my PC, because that's basically what's happening. There's probably not an awful lot we can do about it. So Moz has a break ball, I think. That looks good enough.
Yeah, Moz seems to be rolling along here. He's looking like he's very comfortable and has some sort of idea what to do. And that was a real good shot. I mean, the good thing about the shot, he's able to just roll forward. If you got a draw to this, I mean, this kind of ball that you're playing shape on, extended from the side pocket, if you get funny on that, then all of a sudden you're screwed. It's better to have, stop type shots if you can do it.
Now, there was one shot I was watching in the match with Hairpig and Segresh. It might have been Hairpig that played it, and it was a break shot. The pack was obviously sitting a full pack, apart from the one ball, and the cue ball was out here, and the break ball was there, so he was cutting the break ball and coming into the pack. And I said, as if I was commentating at the time, well, if he gets this wrong on the side of that pack, because it's angled, it can roll straight up the table and go into one of the top pockets. And sure enough, it did, because we saw more of that last year with the bigger pockets. So you've got to hit the side of the pack the right way to stop that cue ball running loose. Because once it starts running loose, it can be a very short end or a quick end to your run.
Yeah, well, what I do is I always, first I decide kind of what angle I'd like to play the shot on. Not that you're always going to get that angle. And then I always look to see where the cue ball is going to be coming into the rack. And the real dangerous one is when it's coming in on the lower side of a ball, because that one could shoot and go in the corner. And that sort of problem becomes bigger when the ball is close to the rack. When the ball is further away from the rack, you can curve it or do other things with it to change the hit more. If you've got a ball close to the rack and you're hit on the bottom side of it, you better put a lot of draw on it, because that thing could shoot forward and go in a corner pocket like blink of an eye. But I think this is one of those things that is the subtler parts of straight pull, is understanding how to break a rack and where the cue ball is going to go, and whether you want to draw it or go top, or there's shot times where a really good shot is actually inside bottom, which most people here probably don't use, but if you watch good straight pull players, they'll do that sometimes. So I don't think you can learn that other than playing a lot. But I will give one tip, and that is that if you're at a steep angle into the rack, like it's a steeper back cut and you're going more directly into a rack, that's a good time to go forward with a lot of topspin. If you're, not cutting back into it, so it's like you're shooting straight at the rail or less than that, then it's usually going to be better to draw the ball.
Well, I think I posted the link in the lobby a few days ago or last week, and I recommended that whoever's still in this tournament that they go and watch the first 20 minutes of that Mike Siegel video. I think it's about a 90-minute video. And the first 20 minutes, I think, would educate an awful lot of players in terms of that actual break shot. Because what he does is, if you look at the pack as it is now on the screen, he has the cue ball and gives you all the type of breaks that you might have, from the side of the pack, where you're what I call it inside the line of the cue ball, the object ball, where the cue ball's over here, and you're going into the side of the pack that way, and whether you're coming from behind the pack, he does every sort of scenario, and in that first 20 odd minutes of the video, it may well open a few people's eyes as to how you should be playing the cue ball. Because it's not the fact that you have the angle, like you said, Steve, it's not just having the angle, it's what you're doing with the cue ball with that angle in order to try and keep control of it. And I do strongly suggest that these guys go and watch that video. I think it's very informative, the first 20 odd minutes, even just the basics of the break shot, because, potting balls is not the problem with VP4, but getting the right shot to play on that break ball is important, and I think quite a few guys would educate themselves by watching, say, the first 20, 25 minutes, and they'll probably come away saying, well, I'll go and try that. It tells you how to do it when you're inside the ball, or if the cue ball's further into the table than the break ball, all of that sort of stuff. And I think it's well worth watching. Doesn't cost you anything.
Yeah, Siegel's a master straight pull player. I mean, he was one of the best ever, and no matter how good you are, there's a little bit of risk on the break shot, but it comes down to a matter of percentages. You'll see the guys that understand how to hit the break shot rarely scratch. I mean, they're going to sometimes, but it just is not going to happen that often.
Mm-hmm.
Especially, straight in the pocket. It's more likely going to get hit by another ball. And you'll also notice that they usually come up with a shot. There's not a lot of times where they don't come up with a shot. Well, Shibo is looks like Shibo is going to put up a little fight here. I mean, Maz has just been rolling. I like the pace of play that he's playing at, and same thing with Shibo. I mean, I think with straight pull, to be really good, you need to learn to play at a rhythm.
Mm-hmm.
If you're thinking a lot, stopping and starting a lot, I just think it's a hard game to play, especially in real life. If you watch most of the good players in real life, they play in a rhythm. It doesn't mean it's super fast, but it tends to be more of a consistent pace from shot to shot. And especially on the easier shots, they're not going to take a lot of time. Now, the big advantage they have is they understand what they need to do with the cue ball almost intuitively because they've played so much. And there's not a lot you can do about that if you haven't played a lot. You may have to stop and think, but that definitely is going to hurt your play because people just don't play as well when they're stopping and starting, that rhythm. That was a nice shot. That was not an easy shot right there.
How is he going to get this thick enough to get these moving?
Yeah. You don't. I would not hit this a lot of top. Just a little top. He's going to go right in the 9-ball. Yep. I would have hit it a little harder, but see how the ball wanted to go forward off of that? That's what you had to watch out for. If you put a lot of top on that, you go hit the 9 and go forward into the corner.
Well, he's certainly going to do some damage here if he's taking this on.
Yeah, this is a shot. You don't have to hit this super hard. I mean,
Thing
it's
is,
not going to spread the balls a lot, but he should come up with a shot on whatever that ball is,
yeah,
7 ball. He
yeah.
should at least come
If
up with a
he's
shot on that.
yeah, if he finished dead in the pack there, he would still probably. In fact, he's still got the 7, but he's got better choices than that though now.
Yeah, he hit that hard enough to drive it through, which is good. I mean, if you feel like you can control the shot, that's a good way to play it because he got him spread nice. Let's see. I had to go in the room. I'm not in the room.
Well,
But
Shibo has to get rid of the deficit first. That's the first target.
yeah, I mean he's rolling along pretty good here. I think this rack is in good shape. He's got a couple candidates in the break ball with a well, he's got the 15, the 4, and the 3 ball are all pretty good break balls.
Oh, I forgot to set my match time. It doesn't matter.
I mean, he's got to figure out how to deal with this 1-5. If he's got a little angle here on the 8, now would be a good time. Just bump that 1 because he's got the 3 and 12 there to get a shot on.
Yeah, the 8's in the pack, and the 4 ball would have. I mean, I don't know whether he can play the 4, run into the 5 and 1, and avoid hitting the 15 because that would be a good break ball.
Yeah, the problem with playing this 8 is you're not going to get that much speed into the 1-5, and you may just jam up the balls worse. I mean, he could come down and try to play the 12 into him, but you're also risking you don't. Yeah, that's what he did. He hit it good enough to get the 5 out. That was pretty good.
That'll do
He
it.
hit it real square. Got a lot of energy going across. So that's really good. I mean, he did he got rid of the trouble. Now it's just now it's just basically you got to decide how you're going to get on a break ball. I like leaving the 2 ball up there myself because that's convenient. A lot of guys clear those balls up, but unless you've got like stop shot kind of position on the break ball, that ball up table is it's usually pretty easy to come up with a break shot some way off of that 2 ball.
Yeah, because the line that you're getting is there's a much higher percentage that the line you're going to get off that 2 ball to the 4 is going to be conducive to the break, unless you played it really bad.
Yeah, and you got a lot of room to do something. I like the 15 ball better than the 4, but they're both good. And he's got a problem here. He needs to get on those balls, and now he's funny.
Now
I think
he's going to play a nudge here, I think.
I would slide straight by the 15 and then shoot the 4. Come straight up table. But nudging, it's risky.
Nope.
That's what I would have done.
He's done it right.
Just like that. And then he can go 4 ball, 11 ball, 2 ball.
Twitch sounds so much better than YouTube. Well, that's. I don't know what the story is with YouTube.
Okay, that was a mistake. He needed to shoot that 4 ball then. I'm not sure why he did that, but he may regret that. That wasn't the ball to shoot there.
Well, as long as he doesn't catch the point, he's just rolling through to get rid of one of them, but he's hit it too heavy.
Well, I mean, you got to roll up perfect to get on the ball. I mean, he can still get there, but this is not the shot you want.
Yeah, this is.
He's got a potential scratch in the side pocket. I don't think he will. He should come up short of the side pocket, but well, now he's going down on the cue ball. I wouldn't be doing that. You want to come up short of that side pocket, and if you do just hit the side rail, then you should have a shot on the 15. Maybe more of a cut than you'd like, but oh, what's this? Is craziness. Yeah, you saw the path. It came up just short of the side pocket. I mean, all he had to do was roll that. He
Get
didn't need to hit it
yeah,
that hard.
get the pace right. Now, again, he should be running for cover here. Take what you've got. This is a
I
brave
don't know.
break shot.
I'd be shooting this, and the reason why in
Oof.
real life I probably shoot this because you don't have to hit it hard. And where this thing's coming into the rack, it's going to catch. Boy, it might catch a piece of the 14, but I think it's going to catch a lot of 13. So, you can go forward with this and I think get through it without scratching. Yeah, just like that, he just missed the ball.
Yeah, that's the problem. See, I would have run for cover because I'm still behind. He's had a run of 28, but he's still 10 behind, and now it's not going to be 10 in a minute or two. This is where you've got to watch your attack and defence, because he's got all the more work to do when he comes back to the table, and then he'll start taking more risks.
You can shoot anything you want, but if you miss it, you miss that shot, it's going to be costly. Well, semi-pro says one thing, Steve, you mainly compare review to real life. Well, that's true. I do. But that particular shot, I think he made a lot harder, and he ran the cue ball like crazy, and who knows where he was going to come up. I don't think he had a real good idea where it was going to end up. I mean, he played 7-rail shape.
No.
And he wants to know when the number is being increased. That's a good question. I don't know. Right now, I'm really busy, so it's going to be at least 2 or 3 more days before I get to that.
Well, we've obviously got problems at the back end of the pack.
Yeah, I like the 2 ball as a break better than the 7. That 7's awful close to the rack. One problem when you get balls close to the rack, especially if they're higher up, you can't beat the kiss most of the time for the corner ball coming out. I don't know if anybody's noticed that, but you try to shoot a break shot, and that 7 ball is close enough, you may not miss the kiss, and certainly if it was higher, you wouldn't.
Oh, that could be a bit on. Oh, I thought it was going to finish on the inside or on the long rail knuckle there. Have himself blocked out. Well, he's going to be good on the 3 here, I would think, just to loosen things. Welcome, Tommy. Welcome to, is that Simanx? I think it is. Simon Lacey.
Oh boy. Yeah, that was sitting a little funny, and he needed to put a lot more draw on that. He got away with it.
Well, again, for anybody who doesn't know, this carpet was borrowed from Steinway Billiards. Is that still Earl the Pearl's home base at the moment, or has he moved again?
I'm not sure.
Anyway,
he's from Greensboro.
And whereabouts?
North Carolina.
Oh, right. Well, that little nudge in the 13 has. Well, again, it's just a little bit of a hindrance to have it there if you're going to. Well, the 2 ball's gone, so break balls are thinning the ground here now.
I'm not sure why he didn't shoot the 15 there. I mean, he would have been getting rid of the ball that he used to get on the break ball, but better than giving up your break ball.
Well, the 13's tight to the pack, but
Yeah, he's going to need to get kind of straight on that 13. You got to get speed on it, or you potentially get the kiss.
Yeah, if he gets reasonably straight in his 15, he can roll it up the table and leave himself a nice enough angle in the 13. Well, he's going the right side. Well, this is where the cue ball movement has to be good.
Yeah, this is where you don't want to be. You don't want this shot. This is tricky to get the right angle on this.
Oh, is he not? I didn't even know that. I mean, that was when I was watching quite a few live streams and sort of challenge. I think the last thing I saw was him against. I think he was playing Efren at 10 ball at Steinway Billiards.
There's a big chance of scratch here.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the way it's coming into that 2 ball. Oh, he was able to hit it with draw. That was a good shot. That's a shot in real life you're probably not going to shoot like that.
Well, I keep going back to that break shot that Shibo had. I would never have taken that on. Not when I'm still behind, because there's a long way to go in the match, but you can pretty much play yourself out of it by taking on risky shots like that when you haven't got rid of that deficit. And now, who knows when he's going to get back to the table. But the score is building already.
Yeah, I'm actually slightly impressed with Maz. I mean, he has a fairly good idea where the cue ball's going. I don't like some of the things he's doing, but it's mainly probably from him not playing a lot of straight pull. But he seems to have a pretty good idea where things are going.
Well, that's creating problems.
I don't think he was trying to bump that.
Let me read it this chat. I'm going to get out my chair. Hang on. I'll do my Murray Walker and stand to commentate.
Well, right now, the only break ball he's got is the 1 ball. He's going to need either create a 1 ball or figure out how to use or create a break ball or use the 1 ball. Now, if you're going to use the 1 ball, that 4 ball is sitting really good to get on the 1. That's with this kind of, if you're going to use a 1 ball for a side pocket break shot, it's real tricky to get the right angle. That's why you want to have a pretty much a stop shot. And if you're shooting that 4 ball in the corner, you could just stop it and have a good shot on the 1. Of course, the 4 ball's gone. The 15 ball's not sitting as good unless you're coming from the other side. But he's probably not thinking about 1 ball break ball right now, which, because he doesn't play straight pull. I mean, yeah, that'll stop a run pretty fast if you don't get a break ball. And he's going to shoot his 15 now and lose that. So he's going to have to manufacture a break ball.
So how does he get rid? Yeah, how does he get rid of the 9 ball, Steve? Because
it does go up table.
Yeah. Well, looking at where he is in the 15.
He's in trouble right now. I mean, because
dead straight, pretty much.
Yeah, he's in trouble right now. He's gonna be scrambling. This angle's no good either. I mean, I don't know what he's going to do. I think he's going to end up having to play safe. Hell, he's going to do something wild. He's going to draw the ball hard.
Yeah, around the corner into the cluster of 3, I think. No, he's going to play up table, I think. I think that's what I presume that's what he was trying to do.
Boy, I don't know if that 9
is he calling the 9 as Is he calling the 9 as a bank? He hasn't called it, so he must be trying to cut it up table.
I don't think this thing will throw enough. It's close, but I think he's going to have to hit this with the right English for sure if he wants to get this in the pocket. I don't see it going in otherwise because I don't think it'll throw enough.
Oh, that's well played.
Well, if you're going to hit the 1 ball first, yeah, it might go. That was a good shot. That's a tricky shot.
My replay isn't working either now, so I never even get a chance to test that. Don't know what the hell's happened with that one. But the replay suddenly broke.
Well, fortunately, that didn't do him any good. He's still in the same position. It looks like he's going to play safe now. Yeah, that all came from not, planning to have a break ball. If he would have planned for the one ball as a break ball, doesn't mean that he would have gotten there, but, then the idea would have been, how do I break up that 2 14 10 and get that figured out? Because you've got a break ball, and maybe when you break up that 3 ball cluster, you come up with a better one. Oh, boy, that was not wise. I think that was a good time to play safe.
This
Not,
happened. I'm ranting away here, Steve. Ignore me. But this is what happened before with this XSplit broadcaster. I had the replay working before last year, and it was working fine the other night. Now all of a sudden it's not. The XSplit broadcaster, whenever you create a scene like we have now with the titles on the screen, you've always got to remember to save your presentation so that when you load it up again, it will load up the presentation that you're using. And, the replay was all saved, but now it's not there. Shortcut button's not working. So to hell with that idea then.
oh, bump. Oh, excellent. Well, that was nice. He bumped that thing perfect. That 14 ball's sitting really well.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Oh boy, whoa, whoa, whoa! He didn't want to run up there like this.
Well, he's
Now he's got problems again.
he's got he's got little choice. He's nailed to the rail.
Yeah, this is you can go forward with this with a ton of spin, but it's really tough. He's going to have to shoot the 14. Stay wide. Yeah, he's too straight. Well, he's got a shot. He can go forward with a high left and come into the back of the rack. This ball can definitely be missed because you're going to have to hit it hard. Uh-oh, watch out. Oh, boy, that was close.
Well, he's got the 4 ball up the table, which would probably be the easier shot to get the line on it in terms of running into balls. I mean, you could take the 13 and he'll be running into the 4 then, I think. Oh dear.
Yeah. Well, all of that comes back to just getting crappy on that one ball where he didn't have a shot because, it's all percentages. What's the percentage that I'm going to get a good break with this break shot? I mean, he could have missed the one ball easily.
Yeah.
He didn't, but then he came out a little funny and then he
Yeah,
missed the ball.
I
He
mean,
hits on that one ball right and goes to the 14 and, it has a clean break shot and chances are a lot better he's going to be at the table still.
Well, I think he just needed a wee bit more time to set himself there, but what is he, 32 behind?
Well, he seems to be having problems with cue ball speed. He just seems to be unsure of the speed, and it's tough to play when you don't have good speed.
Well, coming to his defence as well, like many, Shibo's one of them. He doesn't get the time he used to get to play this game. The only time you ever see him now is he comes into a room and practices for a little while and disappears. He's busy working. So he get very little table time, like a lot of the guys.
He's obviously got the skills. He's just, he's just a little too out of control with the cue ball. Oh boy.
Situations like this where he gets let off the hook, though. I mean, Moz's only got 2. This is where he has to make some inroads here with what's available.
Yeah, you don't expect Moz to miss that ball. So looking at this, if you wanted to look at this and just say, okay, I'm going to use the 14 to get on this 12 ball, then the next thing you would look at is, well, how can I get on the 14 where, it's real easy. The 7 was a ball, the 15 was a ball. You're looking for ways you can get like straight on that really easy. And, then try to preserve that. So right away, he just messed his brake ball up the 12. He got lucky and replaced it with the 4. But if that wouldn't happen, then he would have had, not such a good brake ball.
Potman, did you get any sort of message from Bedhead? Well, that's not the contribution you want to be making when you've got off the hook.
Well, Potman said yes. Can you enlighten us, Potman, about what he said? Does he want to play the match?
Or did he? I mean, I take it's the fact that he can't get it working, and that's he just gave up.
Well, these guys keep letting each other off the hook here. See if Maz can do something. He's really slowed down. When he first started this, he was playing in a really good rhythm, and now he's kind of wondering what to do.
Yeah, basically, he said what he said on what do you call it again? Discord. That he couldn't get it to work because it keeps crashing.
Well, it's probably not crashing. I mean, us VP4 players use the word crashing for everything. Crashing is when the executable, faults and the program stops. It's probably not doing that. He's probably losing connection.
But then he could turn around and say, well, it's only happening with VP3, VP4, it's not happening with anything else.
Well, but the thing you have to understand is that when you're using a web browser, it doesn't need a good connection because the way web browsers work, they connect, they get a page, they disconnect. The way VP4 works, it stays connected. So, it's a different situation. If your connection's spotty, then it's going to hurt VP4 a lot more, and it's going to hurt your web browser.
Yeah,
your web browser's just going to slow down.
Yeah, but what I'm meaning, Steve, I'm not talking about whether he's surfing the web. I'm talking about it might be in other games and they're all working fine, and it might only be VP4 it's doing it on.
Well, every game's written differently, but if you're playing a game that requires a constant connection and you're having connection problems, and it's not going to work any better on that game. I mean, it depends on what the game is.
I mean, I would assume that Bedheads went through the uninstall and reinstall and just start again and see what happens from there.
Yeah, I doubt that's the issue. I mean, the issue Potman had is, that's a systems stability issue, which, I have run into that with people. And what I tell them is to do a burn test, get something like Sign Bench or something like that, and run your computer hard and see what happens. Because, if it's a problem with hardware, a stress test is going to show that. Yeah, I had that bad overclock. Yeah, bad overclock will do it. That's why if you overclocking, you need to run stress tests to make sure your system's stable. I overclock everything I get. The system I'm running now is it's a Ryzen 5900X, and I overclock that. So it's pretty fast. Well, Moz is screwed up here.
Well, he could just push the 5 through and run onto the 7 and 8. I don't think he'll leave anything if he gets it dead weight. He'll just nail it to the 7 and 8.
That's probably his best shot. I think he needs to run into the 7 if he's going to do that.
To use the 8. Yeah, to use the 8 for cover, yeah.
If you bump the 8, you're going to leave a shot on the 10. He's got other ideas.
Well, that'll work. I don't think.
I think he left a shot on the 10 ball. 10 ball goes up table.
Yeah, but you're very ambitious, Steve, and very aggressive. I wouldn't be taking that on.
Well, I mean, the determination is what's the safety like. If you don't think you've got a safety that's doable, then the 10 ball might be the best shot. It really comes down to, what's the best play. I mean, the safety might be harder than the 10 ball.
I think he's taking the 12 on.
Yeah, that's not a bad shot either. I mean, it's either that or try to play safe, but he's in a tough spot to play safe. I mean, he doesn't have an angle to get back on top of the pack. So, I mean, he has to play this way, and I'd probably be shooting the 10 or the 12, too.
Wait a minute. There's Bedhead there. Can't log into lobby, but when I try joining a room, same game dies, the offline works. So if offline won't work, well, offline's a different EXE though, isn't it?
Well, it sounds like a connection problem, but...
Well, Bedhead, have you done a fresh restart on your router? That's the first thing to do. A proper restart. Power it down from the socket in the wall and shut it off for a few minutes and then boot it up again. That's the first thing I would do. And then you can eliminate that as being a problem. So that's where I would start. I would go get disconnected, do a proper clean restart on your router, and then start from there, and then come back into the stream and let us know what's going on. And that's the other. I've mentioned this before to you, Steve. Now that we're talking about issues, this is a minor issue, but it's a bit weird, and I won't be the only person that gets it. I'm pretty certain it's happening when I'm a spectator, that the game will finish or the match will finish, and then I get the pop-up saying, "Do you want to keep your recording?" And I don't have recordings on.
I'm not paying attention here. I'm looking at server logs to see what's happening with Bedhead's connection.
Also, when creating a this is semi-pro talking, half the screen vanishes. That's a new one. I've never heard of that one. Oh, you don't need to do ports and routers, Mark, I don't think.
Yeah, he's just having connection problems. I mean, that's what I'm looking at right now. Is he's having connection problems.
Right. Well, I think the router does need a clean out. I mean, my BT hub, which is the new one, it was when they fitted the fibre in last year. My hub has not been off since it was switched on after the fibre got installed. It's never been touched since, and it's been running for months, and I've had no issues. But knowing my luck, as soon as I open my mouth, I'll probably jinx myself. Well, we've got a good break ball, but we might have two good break balls here to choose from. The 8 ball is more than passable where it's sitting, so it is not looking good for Shibo. Mo's now in 89. Shibo isn't scoring enough in the visits, which is always going to be the major issue in straight pool. I'm disappointed this bloody replay is not working. What was the same issue you had, Cobra? Half a screen or something? You know something? The problem I had as well with the game not saving my password at the login screen, I had that, and I've had a few Windows updates and I haven't had any problems, but I was getting problems where it wasn't saving that password, and I eventually got it fixed. But I was convinced it was Windows updates that was doing stupid things. Every time I seemed to have one, then I had problems with EP4 not being able to log in or not saving my password with the little bit of chalk where you check the chalk. Well, Moz, 5 away from 3 figures. Yeah, the pattern's going pretty much the way I thought it would be, where Moz is just going to consistently score more per visit, and when Shibo gets in again, when that happens, he's going to be pushing the boat out to stay at the table and then just play more into Moz's hands. So it's basically damage limitation he's going for. He's going to need a hefty contribution. He's going to need his highest run in the tournament. Well, there's a match that we have now, this one that's going on. We've got Tommyy and Larry in about an hour and 10 minutes' time. And I think that's it. We had the match earlier on, remember, though, the match with Segregation Hairpig. That was the 3 matches that were on. And there's also, I think, well, that's in a couple of days' time, Spud Boy and Woody in the one loss side. That's at 11 o'clock at night. So all the matches are what was on the schedule. So there's one to come tonight, which, as I say, I won't be streaming that. I'll watch a bit of it before I go to bed. I wish one of these guys would take a bathroom break so I can get in and look at this this replay thing, see if I can fix it.
Call a TV timeout.
Yeah, it's annoying because I've been nowhere near the thing, and when you try and use it, it's not working. It's infuriating.
Let's see if you can get the cue ball on the right line here.
I think if he runs it plain ball, he might be just coming out the left side of that 10.
He just doesn't want to be too steep. This is a good line
that
because
looks good.
It's not too steep coming across the 10, which gives him a lot more room to roll out.
Let's have a look.
So this kind of break shot, he's going to go into the 15 ball. You can hit this with a pretty dead ball, maybe a little above center.
Yep. He's caught the top of it.
Yeah, and that's where he was going to hit it. And, see how the cue ball just rebounds off the rack? You got to be a little careful about scratching in the side pocket off that kind of break shot.
Yeah, because there's a lot of weight in the rack when all those balls are together. It's a bit like hitting a brick wall. It takes a lot of momentum to get things moving, and you do get that deflection back off the object ball you're hitting. It's like a double kiss. It just pushes you back up the table.
Yeah, I used to hit that with a lot of topspin all the time, and I found out, that's not a good thing to do. I mean, if you know where it's going into the rack, sometimes topspin's good, but on that top ball one, you're better coming in with a stun usually. Popman just asked, are you streaming Tommyy versus Larry? Hughes said about 5 times so far, Popman, he's not doing
Oh
it.
no. I mean, this match itself is 55 minutes old. And if Shibo starts playing, we could be here another hour and a half and more. So that's already getting to my bedtime. Back to work tomorrow, I'm afraid. So the run is 28. The lead is a lot more than I can count.
Well, maybe Bedhead went to reboot his router and system and see if he could get things working.
Right, Sammy. Let's see how you do if you were live streaming till like midnight and then go to bed and then get up at 4 a.m. in the morning and go to work.
Well, he's on a run of 29. And, the table's sitting pretty good. When you got a lot of balls like that in the rack area, and, the best thing to do is figure out how to work through them without bumping them. At some point he may have to bump those a little. But he can shoot this 13 and then shoot the 6, maybe bump the 5. Although I don't really like that because I'm not sure what he's going to have a shot on because he has no balls down at the end rail. Instead he goes for like slam the ball and, that's just, I mean, he could have rolled forward and shot the 12 up table. He had a lot of options. Instead, now he's ended up having to shoot his break ball because he got funny.
Yeah, and the other thing is he doesn't know where the cue ball's finishing up after this shot. If he hits it 2 ball thick.
Well, he's going to bump the 2 if he hits it easy. He'd have to hit it real hard to miss the 2. He's almost for sure going to bump the 2. I mean, one thing you guys ought to think about is, if you're hitting a cue ball hard, you got to think twice, like, is there something else I can do besides slam this thing? Because slamming it's tough. It makes the pocket small. It makes it hard to control the cue ball. Yeah, he's got himself in trouble on a fairly straightforward rack. I mean, it wasn't just automatic, but, he just needed to deal with those balls that were clustered around. And instead what he's done is he's gotten out of line. Now he's shoved a bunch of balls together and, it's just... Well, and it ends up with this.
Well, he didn't pick the line there for the pot. I thought he'd have made a better effort at that.
Yeah.
So the run ends in 33.
I think Maz could be a very good straight pull player because I think the way he plays the game is good. It's just lack of experience in how to play the patterns.
Oh,
I'm sorry, Hugh, go ahead.
That's what I was going to ask you guys. Is Moz streaming this tonight? I didn't see anything that he was posting. I presume he's maybe just playing on his own. He's not got Duffman with him or anything. Well, Duffman I don't think's in the lobby, so he probably isn't. Good evening to Hogg. Well, here's Shibo getting his bits and pieces here.
Yeah, I mean, Shibo's going to have to... I think Shibo's just going to have to get a little bit of luck and not miss much to have a chance in this match at this point.
Well, he's going to have to do what Segresh did, and Segresh went about it the right way. He took what he was getting, and then I think there was quite a sequence of as the match went on into the later stages where he was taking what he got and then pretty much left nothing, and then fed off what he was getting from Hairpig, and that really got him back into the match. It was the only way to go about it, unless he got on a big roll.
Well, there's been very little safety play in this match. At this point, I would say a good break ball is 14. And the reason why I'm saying that is because you can get into the top 2 balls. when you're breaking from a side pocket, hitting the side of the rack's really dangerous because there's a good chance you're going to scratch. But if you can hit the top two balls, so that 14 is sitting pretty well, you just got to get above it, and we'll see if he realizes that. I mean, that's what I'd be playing for as a 14. I mean, the 8 is workable as a break ball, but it's hard to get to the position you need to be at. The 14, there's a huge area because you just have to get above it. Like, this is a little bit too thin, but if he was, a foot further forward, there's a pretty big area where he can roll this and get a shot on the 14 and break it.
Now, could he not go forward and around off this 14 and play it in the side and use it as a break shot from this side?
The problem is the spot that you have to stop is just a few inches long. Whereas with the 14, the spot you have to stop is, it's a big area. It's an area that's about 2 foot by 2 foot where you can get a shot. For the 8 ball, it's an area that's about, oh, he's going up the high side. Yeah, I don't know about this. This is too high, I think, to play that.
That's not going to work.
I was thinking 8 ball side pocket, but the spot was too small. I would have definitely played the 14 as a break ball. And, it's just experience. He just doesn't understand that the 14 was a pretty good break ball, and it wasn't that hard to get on it.
I think I've yet to see anybody, using a break ball into the side, one of the side pockets for a break shot in this. And I think, sometimes players need to expand the thought process as far as break balls go, because it's not always going to be that you're going to land on the break ball at the side, as seems to be typical, because you sometimes have to take a different route. And
well, I agree with you, but the key there is if you're going to play a break ball on the side, you're typically going to need a ball that you can just stop it and have the right angle.
Yeah, because just to drop on it. Yeah,
the area that you have that's going to be any good with a side pocket break is very small, so you have to have a real easy way to get on that ball. If you have to, roll 2 rails and roll up on it, it's going to be good luck.
Yeah.
We're not seeing a lot of people play break balls under the rack too, which is, there's nothing wrong with taking a break ball below the rack. Now you have to understand how to hit those, because sometimes, sometimes you want to hit it with top and outside. Sometimes you want to hit it with top and inside. Sometimes you want to draw it. Sometimes it's straight top, because, you got to understand how the cue ball is coming into the rack and how you want the cue ball to move after it hits the rack.
Now here's a control shot here. If you pot the 7 to drop round the corner onto that 15 fairly square. He
tried to do that, but he didn't get on it.
Yeah.
I mean, he can shoot it still, but he's not in a spot where
it's way too heavy.
Well, the problem with this, if you hit this with right English and you come up in the rack, there's a good chance you're going to get stuck on it. Your best chance if you're going to come up in the rack is to hit the 14 ball, because it'll pop out. If you hit the 5 ball, you're probably dead. Well, you couldn't hit it that hard because, you saw how the ball looped.
Yeah, because at that pace, you don't give it a chance for the cue ball to actually react.
Yeah, it's going to go on the tangent line, and you're never going to get it back to the rack.
Oh, you got lucky there. You got lucky there.
Shot. Well, maybe he didn't. It's close there on this 13.
Oh, what the hell's happened here?
I don't know if this will go. Maybe off the 5 ball. I don't think it goes unless it's off the 5. Oh, it does go.
Well, he got it.
Wow.
I thought he was covered.
Well, he used a little English and threw it, and you can hold it. You can hold it a fair amount. And not only did he get it, he popped some balls out. Unfortunately, now he kind of strayed in on the 2. If he could have got some angle there. That 12
Right.
ball is
Shibo
probably
says,
not shootable.
be right back. But the problem is he's not at the table, so Moz is still shooting. I think
Well, he
he's
may be at the table here pretty soon because that wasn't very good.
right. Well,
he's got a shot. And if he can get on this 5 ball correctly, he's got a way to break the balls up. Not sure what he's doing here. He needs to leave some angle for this 5. All right, that looks pretty good. Nope, he rolled up too much. Yeah, I was wondering what he's doing. He kept moving the Q-tip up on the cue ball, and
he's
he
dead
needed
straight.
Well, I think the 4-1 may go.
Yeah, I don't know whether he can get to the hit on that 4 though, can he?
Boy, it's tight. I think it'll go on the right side of the pocket. If he tries to get more than that, I think he's going to hit the 6 ball with it.
Well,
He didn't try to shoot it.
He's good now.
Yeah, he's really good now. That was a nice shot. But he couldn't get a lot of that. That was a kind of a silly mistake on the 5 ball to not leave angle. I mean, you could leave a little too much angle, but you couldn't afford to get straight on it. The problem he's got here is 9 is a straightforward shot, but the 4, 6, and 3 do not go in that same corner he'd be shooting a 9 in, so that becomes tough.
Is he going to dig? He's going to dig into this and draw to the rail, I think. Yeah, that'll do.
Well, I mean, he's still got a problem. I think. Well, no, he can solve this. I don't like the 4 ball as much as the 3, but boy, he ran too far. He's going to have to shoot the 3, I think. I'd be thinking about leaving the 1 ball as a break ball. I was
just going to say that. I mean, the 1 ball's as good as anything where it's sat, right in the middle.
Yeah, you just got to get the right angle to get above the 4 to get down to the rail. So he's going to use the 4, which is it's tight. He needs to get pretty straight. Yeah, I don't know about this. See, the problem with this is whether he's going to beat the kiss on the 13. It's far enough down he probably can. If it was up another ball, it probably couldn't. I know. I shoot these shots a lot when I'm practicing, and I get the kiss more than I think I'm gonna. I think this one will go, but I think that a lot when I'm practicing, and I find out, guess what? It doesn't.
Oh, he's got to get this really thin.
I think this one will beat the kiss. That's what I'd be worried about, not the shot. I mean, he can make this shot.
Oh, he's played it well.
Yeah.
That's worked out nice.
I like the speed he played with it because when you're coming into it with a thin cut, you don't have to hit it so hard. The rack spread beautifully. I mean, you would think that he could run this out and keep going. I mean, he's got the 8 or the 14 he can use as a break ball. The 15's a little high, but it'll work. The 7 ball will work.
You talking about using your donut semi-pro against the ball when the one that you're trying to cut, like that.
So, talking about the side pocket, the 5 ball is a possible side pocket, but there wasn't a great ball to just stop and get on it. I mean, he's got a lot of other options here as far as what he can do. I mean, the key to this rack, he needs to get the 2 ball out of the way because that's the ball that's blocking a lot of things. So he needs to figure out how to get a shot where he can shoot that 2 ball or bump it or something, because it's kind of the key ball right now in that cluster. No, he got too high to shoot it there, so
I don't know whether he tried to get to that spot. He's got a bail out.
yeah. Well, I mean,
Well, this is as good a chance as any to get rid of the 2, take that 8 ball.
Yeah, I mean, bumping the 2 here would be pretty good. He may try to get up into the 9 ball too. Oh, boy, I'm not sure why he didn't shoot the 14 there, but he got on the 2 ball, so that's good. I guess he's going to play the 14, 7 or 15 as a break ball.
Well, these 2 balls, the 11, if you were on it at the right side, would go into the side pocket, but that's tight.
He's going to bump him here. I think he'll hit this with speed. Yeah, maybe he thinks they go. I guess he's going to throw it.
9 goes from this side, definitely. Yeah, he's played that well.
Throw in. Yeah, it's better to do that, to not bump them. It's always, it's almost always better not to move the balls.
Well, he's going.
Stop. Okay, he's perfect. That's perfect. I mean, he can just draw this over a little bit, stun it over, and get an angle. Oh, he bunted it.
Well, he's barely got there.
Yeah, I would have hit it. I would have preferred more angle because it's hard to get the balls to move with that. I think he just, underhit it a little. I'm sure he wasn't trying to get there.
He may well be killing for the 11 here. He's going forward maybe for the 11 to get into the back of that pack.
Yeah, this is a great position because if you go forward, if you come up too short, you've already got the 5. Well, he played like he wanted to shoot this 5, and I don't like this as much because this can get stuck in the rack. It's going to suck back in that pocket, and
He's gone off the 5.
Well, he did the right thing. He put a lot of spin on it.
Well, he's got his bailout ball at either end of the table, so he can take a risk here. And he's got rid of 1 and put another one there.
Boy, does that 2 ball go? That would be great if he could shoot it, but it looks a little too tight.
Yeah.
Well, the 6 is a little high for a break ball, but you could use it. It will catch the outside top ball. I mean, I'd rather not use that. I'd rather use the 3 ball.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do, guys. When this match finishes, I'm going to shut down XSplit broadcast. Well, I won't shut it down. I'm just going to tab out and have a look at it and see if I can fix the replay. And then when the other match starts, I'll stream it for 10-15 minutes to see if I've got it fixed, and then I'll go to bed. That's what I'll do. Oh, has he locked himself out here? Is he still on that? I think he's okay. Yeah, he's fine.
Well, if you want, Hugh, you can leave it running and I can commentate it. I'm okay doing that. I don't know if that's possible with your setup.
No, I can leave it switched on. It can just run all night. The only thing is the recording will keep running.
Yeah. It's an easy edit to just chop it. You have some kind of editing software, I take it?
No. Well, you can use YouTube's.
Yeah, all you need to do is chop the end off if it's too long. but I think that will be a good match. I mean, I would say Larry's going to be the favorite in that match, but Tommy, he seems to really like straight pool, and uh, I know he makes balls well.
I've just realised, what did Semi Pro say earlier on there? Did Semi Pro say he was going to stream it? Semi Pro's got himself set up to stream, he says
Oh, he
now.
does.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be good.
But he might be bottling out. He might be just all mouth and no action. Good evening to Dwight.
You mean like Stub?
Yeah.
Yeah, never a true saying about all mouth, no action. Now he needs to pull this around behind the 3 ball, and he should come up with a shot. He just doesn't want to be above the 12 or it's going to cause problems. Although if he's high enough above it, I guess he can shoot the 2. Oh, he's trying to play in the side pocket. Whoa. Oh. That's the problem. Because now he's going to have to figure out how he can come up with a shot on this 2 ball.
Well, I don't... he's going to obviously hit the 2. He's hoping he pushes the 2 past the 3, I would think.
Oh, it'll go past the 3.
Yeah.
He's just got to get it far enough down where he's got the shot. And it looks like he did it.
He's got plenty of room to get around. He's just got to get the pace. All about getting the pace.
This is speed. This is just, understanding how much of the object ball you're taking. Oh, this is terrible.
Was he bolt straight? No, he's got a slight angle.
He's got a little angle. He's got enough to move a ball. He's not going to move him much.
Yeah, straight onto the 7. Yeah. Well, he's brought something out. That's all you want.
Yeah, that's where VP, if you've got a big stroke, like a Jason Shaw, I've got a big enough stroke to shoot that break shot, but I don't like shooting it. But you got to be able to hit them hard because you're not going to move much. VP4, you can hit them hard, so it's a big advantage in VP4 to be able to shoot that shot and not worry about missing the ball.
Well, semi-pro, it's not about... Twitch allows you to put an intro to your channel if you have a Twitch channel, but YouTube, you don't have the option in it to put an intro. So what you should then do is if you've, created some sort of intro, then you would just store that on your PC and put it as a scene in your live stream software, and then use a shortcut key to run it.
Well, Maz is he's on a 43 right now, and
oh, there we go. That was commentator's curse, guys, and it was nothing to do with me. You know who to blame.
Yeah, but if you're gonna hit him that hard, and look what he did though. He just clustered him up in a different spot. I don't think it was good to try to move him that hard right there, because even if he wouldn't have scratched, look at that 9, 13, 6, 11, 4. Boy, that was a shame because he was going good there. You got to think about where the cue ball is going to hit the object ball and which direction it's going to go. You knew with all that topspin it was going forward, and you got to understand where it's going to go. And obviously, he either didn't really look at it or he thought it was going someplace different than it went.
Semi-pro, watch this for a couple of seconds. Now, that isn't spectacular, but it doesn't cost you anything to create that. You've got limited choices of templates to use, but I can't remember the name of the site, but I'll remember it at some point, probably when I'm in my bed. But
you can get some cheap editing software.
Yeah, you can. If you're unlike me, if you want to get into it big time and make it more spectacular looking and all of that sort of stuff, then there are there is another site that I used to create the one that I had for 10 ball, which looked like one of the what's the one that goes do 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 do, that film company. I can't remember, but anyway, I used another site to do that, and you can change camera angles and everything, and it's a bit more technical, but yeah, the 20th Century Fox one, I deleted that the other day. It's gone. It's cleaned out my PC because obviously it was for 10 ball. It's not for this. But the other one, I'll remember the name at some point, and I can get the link for you. That's easy enough to make because all you have is just you can watch the preview of the blank video, and then it allows you to just put your text in, and then you give it 2 or 3 minutes, and it'll be ready for you, and you can then download it.
Okay, he needs to hit this with top right, because if he comes straight back in the rack, it's going to stick.
And he's missed a pot, missed call.
He didn't really hit it right, and he didn't make the ball. Other than that, it was a good shot.
So, Shibo, a run of 9, and he's 103 points behind. So it's damage limitation if he gets another goal.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Shibo can pop balls better and things. I mean, it could have been closer, but I think Moss has a better idea how to move the cue ball and play straight pull.
Yep.
That's 2 things, those 2 things right there. It makes it hard for Shibo to win this match, even if he played better.
Let's have a look to see if there's anything in the pack. I don't think there is.
I'd almost be tempted to shoot the 8-12 combo here because you can get into the pack, and it's not a terribly difficult combo, but as far as combos go.
Well, it might be. Well, I thought he was considering it there, but I think he's looking at the 9 and doesn't think it's that good, so he's taking.
Now he's going to play it, but the problem is now he doesn't have the angle of the cue ball into the rack. I mean, he should have played it the last shot when he had an angle where the cue ball was going to go into the rack and split him up because. Well, I mean, this will break him right here. I mean, he can play this 8 ball. It's not a bad shot. Cut the 8 ball and, run back up into the 10. I'm not sure why he's banking this. I'd cut that 8 ball.
Yeah, it's off the rail. I mean, it's not too difficult
all
a shot.
All he has to do is make the ball.
Or he can do that.
But, if you can do that, then I guess you don't have to cut the 8 ball. The thing is I don't even think a bank champion like a Billy Thorpe or a Justin Hall or one of those guys would have shot that shot.
Well, I think that would, for them to do that shot, it would be a last chance saloon to keep yourself at the table shot. They'd be very unlikely to get into that situation because they move the ball so good to get it on that spot.
I think you'd see him play safe and take the cue ball up table and put it on the end rail.
Mm-hmm.
Take that 9 ball and put it in the rack or behind the rack and let the other guy have to deal with length of the table rather than try to shoot that 9 ball.
Well, here's a little nudge.
He's got a great angle for this.
Oh, he skimmed off them.
Yeah, I mean...
He skimmed off them, but he's okay. He's got a shot.
Yeah, I mean, I like the speed he hit that and stuff. I think he needed to hit that with a little bit of top to try to hold the cue ball. But it was coming in at a funny angle. Yeah, it looks like he's going to try to keep the 6 as a break ball. Hit this with a little bit of outside English to kill it, and he's not doing that. I mean, this is what I don't get is guys just, they I mean, all he had to do is hit that with a little outside English because it was going to pull it back so it didn't hit the 10, 15, and it was also going to kill it. You're going to take speed off of the cue ball when you hit that with outside at that angle.
I think I know what I've done with this replay. I've remembered why it might be a problem that that's been self-inflicted. When I was testing replay before I started running this broadcaster the other day, I tested it offline where I was recording to my PC. And when you're recording to your PC, you have to tell the replay to go to your PC. If you know, I mean, it saves the cache to your PC or whatever the hell it is. And I did that. And then the problem is I had two of them on the presentation, and I've deleted one which I thought was the offline one, and I've probably deleted the online one. That may be the cause. And so it's not a difficult fix.
Well, this is turning into a thrashing here.
Yeah. Well, it's turning into a lot more of a thrashing than I thought it would have been. But
yeah.
Shibo's visits are short and sweet, and they're not really counting at all. I mean, that last one there's 3. The previous one was, 6 or something. So it's just it's not making any impact.
Shibo got out of rhythm, and, he was playing a lot better early in this match. Maz has been a little more consistent than Shibo as far as staying in rhythm and not doing dumb stuff.
Well, there's some good news, Steve. One Pocket Slim says Bedhead is in his 9-ball room and he's still there.
Graphic messed up.
Now ask him if ask him to give us more detail on that, or better still, get him into the stream and he can tell us. No, it died again. But in what sense were the graphics messed up? Did they mess up before it died?
Well, what does died mean? Did it just disappear off your desktop, or did it kick you back to the lobby, or what did it do? Did it just disappear? Is that what died means?
Now, the thing is, when Slim said that you were in the room, and then he said the graphics messed up, and then he says it died, in what order happened? Did it happen, and what were the graphics problem? Well, Moz is only 31 away. We are an hour and 28 minutes into this match. I presume you restarted your router, Bedhead. You did a proper power down and restart on it. Because I think the process of elimination has to start from there, and then you work on from there. Oh, it will be. Yeah, it most certainly will be the quickest. No doubt about that.
I can tell you what is going on. I'm looking at the server logs. He's having connection problems.
Yeah, so there's always...
I can tell you that it's not on our end, because if it was, everybody else would be having problems. So that means that it's either local, like regional, local, like your local area, your neighborhood is having issues, or, if it was actually your system, I've tried without the router, cable direct from the wall.
I mean, Swedish internet connections are usually pretty good.
Well, cable direct from the wall, it sounds like you must have another like modem router or something in your house besides that. Because cable direct from the wall would mean, you've already come from something else.
Well, he's downloading porn on his other PC and it's running. He's got about.
Do you have a modem your ISP gave you or that you bought? I would try rebooting that. It's possible it's a regional issue where he is. It's possible it's local to his neighborhood, but it is also possible it could be his router or his modem.
But of course, the other thing is he's been having this for more than a day. And this has been happening for 2 or 3 days. So I'd be on to the ISP asking them if there's any issues, and they'll be able to tell you. Because a lot of these ISPs have notifications on their website to tell you there's a problem in a certain area. BT certainly does. You can go on and find out if there's any problems.
Yeah, but a lot of times that won't tell you the whole story because a lot of times that's only like a catastrophic problem, not necessarily like, the connection's kind of flaky. But it's definitely a connection problem. I mean, I'm seeing packet errors.
Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. Outages. Yeah, BT's got that, and that'll tell you what areas have had issues.
Yeah. And Bedhead, try to find your modem. You must have a modem someplace, where your cable, I'm assuming you're on cable, or if it's not cable, it's, fiber or cable or something. You have a connection coming in your house that has to go to a modem. Restart that piece of equipment.
Yeah, when they installed fibre in my house, I've got a little block in the wall with the lights on, where the cable comes into the house, and then it runs around behind my PC to my router, which is sitting right in front of me. So I've got two things. I've got the router connected into the box in the wall, and then the box in the wall goes outside.
Now, I will say that the chance of that fixing it is low, but
yeah,
there is a chance that could fix it. If it's not that, then it's probably like a local neighborhood or regional issue that will clear eventually.
Yeah, never any harm in disconnecting everything down, powering everything down and restarting it, disconnecting the wires, leaving it a minute or two.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do right now, Bedhead. I'm going to reset this match so that you guys can see if you can reschedule it when you do get stuff working better.
Oh, he's going to. I don't think he can pot the 3.
Okay, let's see here. Bedhead and Pot Man. Okay, I just did a reset. Let's see if it does it. Yep. All right, so Bedhead and Pot Man, that match has been reset. Bedhead, see if you can get your system to work and see if you guys can reschedule this match and get it played. Okay, so Bedhead, he lives in an apartment, so it's coming from the apartment has a single entry point where the modem and router are, so that's,
So that's feeding, however many people are in the different blocks in the apartment.
Yeah, so he's not in a position where he can go reset that himself.
Well, in that case, then it would be the landlord I'd be talking to. I'd be asking the neighbours as well. I'd be asking them if they had any problems. There's bound to be other people that play games and stuff. In fact, that's a question, Bedhead. Have you got any other games and that you're online with and they work fine? That's a good question. In fact, is Bedhead still there? Oh, yeah. So, Moz creeps slowly but surely to the finishing line.
Yeah, I mean, this match is basically over. I mean, Shibo is not going to be able to run this many balls. Of course, never say never. But in this case, you can almost say never.
Yeah. Well, I think it'd be safe to say that this match will be over before the other one's due to start, which is 24 minutes.
He probably never even looked at playing for the 11-2 combo, but, you know, he had an 11-2 combo that was sitting real good there. You know, that's one thing I don't see a lot of VP4 players play combos or caroms or billiards, and you know, a lot of that's from not playing games like straight pool or one pocket, or those shots come up a lot, or rotation like Filipino rotation. You'll shoot that, you know, you'll shoot more combos and caroms and billiard shots in that game than probably just about anything, and you just got to get comfortable with them because they come up, and if you can shoot them, it's a huge advantage. Well, let's see if Shibo can put something together here.
Well, he didn't want to do that for a start. He wanted higher to get rid of the 11. That's the obvious thing he had to go for.
Yeah, I mean he needed to go 11-15-2 because the 2 is a good break ball, and he's going to get rid of it right now. I'd be tempted to cut this 11 ball on the side just so I could preserve that 15. He might need a lucky rub here on the 15 to come up with something. He could make them both, which would be okay if he cue ball slows down enough. Or he could just miss the 11.
Well, again, it's only 5.
Well, he's probably going to shoot the 15 here. He needs to get in a spot on 11. He can get down to the end rail and use the 2 as a break ball. I'm going to shoot the 15, get up there on 11 ball where you can, I mean, you're in a position where you could get kind of just go straight up the table and then play 3 or 4 rails down to the 2 ball. He's opting to go more straight in, which I like less. Now he's got to decide which side of the 2 he wants to go to. He's got his choice. Either side's fine. Now this is well played
This
here.
looks... just could have done with maybe been up a wee bit more, but...
Oh no, this is perfect.
To...
Now this one I would hit with... It's kind of in between. I'd still probably hit this with top right. And the reason why you want the right is when it hits the long rail, you want it to come out towards the center of the table. Because otherwise you could even come back and scratch in the other corner.
He's hit it dead. Look at them.
Yeah, he got very straight into that 6 ball. I didn't see it hitting that solid, but I mean, at that point, the only way to go through it is with a lot of top.
Yeah, the 7 ball, I think, is the only ball that's really...
He's in a good
on,
spot
so he's...
here.
What, is he 14 away, 13 away now?
Well, he could have shot the 14 there, too. Yeah, he's... This rack is laying wonderfully. I mean, and he's got a break ball with 11. Let's see if he can work his way through this rack without, you know. You really should be looking for stop, like, you know, little triangles. That's one of the keys in straight pool is seeing triangles of balls where, you know, you can stop, 3 balls in a row. shots like that are good. Little roll. That kind of bump doesn't matter because it's in control. Go forward with this and probably get shape on the 14 ball. Shoot the 14 next.
Well, he just needs everything that's on the table and then he's out.
Yeah, he rolled up short. I mean, he could have shot the 14 from the other side too, but he's okay. He's got stuff left. I'd probably try to go 10, 12, and then either the 14 or 15. Boy, I'm not sure why he left it dead on the rail. That's no good. That's no good at all. He's probably realizing that right now.
He's going to get there. Yeah.
And here he goes shooting his break ball.
Well, he doesn't. He doesn't need the break. Doesn't need the break ball.
That's right. He's yeah, he does need the break ball.
No, he's a 95. There's 5 in the table.
Oh yeah, he doesn't need it as a break ball. He just needs to make it. You're correct. Yeah, he's going to shoot the 12. Probably 12, 8, 1, 5 is my guess. But I don't know, What I think's a good way to play it and what these guys do is another story. That's a terrible shot.
Yeah, he's making it as hard as he can.
Yep.
So one ball, 5 ball.
And he's done. Well, this is a pretty lopsided match. Well, I think Moz could potentially be a pretty good player. He just needs to learn more about straight pool. Well, he didn't.
Oh, jeez.
Well, I don't know what he was thinking. Well, obviously, he wasn't thinking there was going to be a rack put there.
That's an empty shot of the night there, folks. I wish I had a replay for that one.
Well, either that or he's putting that in his comedy routine. Because
he's playing a safety.
That was pretty funny. Oops.
That tells you straight away that Moz doesn't play straight pool.
We didn't know Moz was a comedian, did we? Oh, that was hilarious. Oh yeah.
Why doesn't he go 4 rails and kick the 5 and call it into the bottom right hand corner pocket?
Oh man, that was funny. Boy, that was good. We're gonna Moz is gonna get razzed about that.
If this was a real life professional and you did that could have been your last shot in the match, even though you're at 199 and your opponent's in 61.
Well, I'll tell you what, everybody's done some pretty stupid things, even the real life professionals. All right, I think he can handle this.
Yeah. I think he's still laughing, Steve. I think that's why he hasn't played the shot yet. He's wiping the tears out his eyes.
He's got tears in his eyes. That was worth the price of admission right there, just to see that.
Right, so Moz through without any problems apart from the very last ball by 200 points to 61. Quick look at the bracket, and that will update. And Moz is through to play Albinario, so that's going to be a good matchup. We've got Tommyy to play Larry in about 15 minutes' time, and that is it. There's the other match on the one loss side. Now, what I'm going to do, I suppose you could go and get a coffee, Steve, or whatever. Well, there's Duffman there. I'm going to tab out for a minute or two to try and get this fixed.
I'll be back before the stream starts. It's in 15 minutes, right?
Yep. Top of the hour. So I'll tab out for a minute. Steve will be back in a little while, and I'll see if I can get this replay fixed.
Yeah, Hairpig, if you're going to be around, you could come in and we could do it together.
Right. Testing 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2.
Are you 1-2ing at me?
Yeah, no, I'm just testing the sound settings. I can't remember how to get in to choose that different server that I did the last time. I'm looking at the settings in the audio and I can't find it.
Oh, I like the flags, Hugh. That's a nice touch.
I'm just trying to get this a bit more presentable.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think the effort you're putting in this is paying off because, I mean, it looks good. I like the big chat on the restream too. It's a lot easier to read.
Well, that's going to have to do. I don't have enough time to do anything else, I don't think. I don't like the size of Tommy's name. That's better, that'll do. I don't know whether I've got this replay working properly, but I mean, I need to be here to use it anyway, so it's probably not going to be used at all. But right, let me just switch back across. That's just gone the top of the hour, I think. Now, we're going to have to do a sound check when we go in here.
Yep, the room is up.
Right, let's go. And I'll leave this room because I was doing a bit of testing in this room. And they may well be lagging off at the moment.
What's this?
Yeah, they've been lagging off. Tommy's won the lag, put Larry in. Well, I wonder if anybody's still there. You can give us a sound check, guys.
And that was a pretty good break, but the rack did not come apart very well. So he's got a pretty easy shot on this 5-ball where he can just roll this thing. Well, Tommy's getting first crack at it. Let's see what he can do.
Yeah, I turned Steve's volume down a little bit. So if you're saying it's too quiet, I can go back in and turn it up slightly.
Yeah, I adjusted my mic a little. Is that a little better?
Yeah, they seem happy now. Right, so.
Uh-oh. Boy.
Yeah, it was tight.
Yeah, he could have shot the 11-ball, couldn't he? Not sure why he shot the 6. But that was a gift, the first gift. We'll see what Larry can do with this. I mean, the rack is pretty open. He's got one cluster of 3 balls to deal with, and he can use the one as a break ball. So see what he decides to do here. He may try to hit him here. I don't really like coming at him in this angle, but he'll probably come up with a shot on the 4 or 10 if he doesn't hit it too hard. I mean, if he doesn't hit it too easy. Yeah, he was not playing to bump him, I guess. I would think he'd shoot the 10-ball because he can use the 9-ball to break that 212 up.
Yeah, because the 212 aren't set. Well, he's gone sooner rather than later.
He's kind of getting rid of break balls, but the 4-ball will still work. The 4-ball is low enough that he can use that. I think that's probably what he's planning on doing. So I'm thinking using the 7 ball as key ball to get on the 4. 7 or the 6. I mean, they're close enough to the side pocket that you got some room there. Yeah, it's not going to be the 6 because he's going to shoot that here.
He's going to go 6, 15 up table, get rid of the 9. That's what I would think of doing. I don't know whether he's coming back off this 6. No, he is going down for the 15.
Yeah, I probably would have left that 15 up there to use that to get on the 7 ball, but
yeah, he's left himself a much higher angle than he probably really wanted. I think he was trying to get into this 9 and take it out because it's a problem where it's sitting.
Yeah, I mean, the issue he's got, what he may be doing here is playing for the side pocket break because the 8 ball is sitting in a really good spot, where you can play a side pocket break shot. That's my guess is he's going to use the 4 ball as a break ball in the side pocket.
Yeah, drop down onto the 8. Yeah, he's still struggling to get to this 9 though. I don't know whether he did try it there, but he's desperate to get rid of this.
Yeah, let's see how close to the rail this thing is. It's pretty close. I mean, if he hits that, he's either got to hit it with outside English or hit it with some speed or both. I would probably hit this with outside English and a touch of draw and bring it back and shoot the 10 in the same pocket, come across the table above the side pocket. This isn't a good ball to roll because it makes the pocket pretty small.
Yeah, the thing is, if he cuts this, he's cutting across the table, and I think he might be hoping to miss the 10, to have a shot in the 10.
He pull it back and come above the side pocket here.
Let's have a look.
Be close to the 10. He went forward with it. Well, he's going to have the 4 as a break ball. I mean, he had it in the corner. Now it's even better. Just got to make sure you don't leave yourself too much angle on this 8 ball. I think he's going to have to draw it a little because if he just rolls it, I think he's going to have too much.
That's not going to get there, is it? Yes, it is.
Yeah, boy, and he came up a little short on the ball, and therefore he's got a little more angle than he wants, but he's okay. This is a little touchy shot. He needs to hit this with well, I'd be playing this 8 ball. You need to hit this with low left and delicately. Yep, like that. He came up a touch short, but that's fine. I mean, this isn't a shot I expect him to miss. He's going to be going right into that 7 ball. Maybe the low side of it. You might want to pull this back a little, or at least center ball. I'd be a little bit worried about it going forward. I mean, I don't think he'll scratch in this position. The other thing you can do is go straight through it. Oh boy. You could have hit that with top and tried to go through it.
Yeah, the replay is working now.
Boy, he just way undercut that ball. Well, that was not something that I expected him to miss.
Well, again, if he'd been 2-3 inches further to the left on that break shot, he'd have probably got it every day of the week.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that shot he had on the 8 ball was tricky, and he hit it good. I mean, he came up just the teeniest bit short on it, but I mean, it was a delicate shot. That was a ball you had to hit with a lot of touch, draw and spinning and curving, and you couldn't hit that with much force and without coming out and getting too straight on the 4. I mean, he played it pretty well. He just missed the ball.
Well, he can take the 6 and do a little nudge here. He's got a perfect opportunity to take care of the 9 and 11.
Yep.
Nope.
He didn't take it. I think the 1 ball does go past it, you know.
Yeah, he can do it now off this once he's done the 5.
Yeah, the problem with this sort of break shot is that it's, you know, that 11 ball, it's easy for it to stick there. You want to hit this with a little speed and make sure that you get that 11 ball coming off the rail.
Yeah,
see, that's what you don't want to do.
Just killed it.
Yeah, well, the problem is you're going into it too straight. A little more speed, and it gets the right side of it, and you know, moves it. That, you know,
you know, at that pace, it's just going to double kiss and just stay there.
Well, I mean, at that pace, it was going to go straight into it. And that's what was talked about earlier about knowing where the cue ball is going and knowing what the line's going to do. I mean, to me, it was obvious you couldn't hit that easy, and I think to him it wasn't.
Now, he could try break the 8 and 15, or he could cut down into these 2 balls again. Well,
yeah, that was a good shot. He can shoot the 9 here, I think. I think it'll go. Hit it with right English and roll it, and I think it goes in. If you hit it easy, the pocket's big, and he'll have a shot on 11. You just, you know, you got to watch out for the rub on the 11 ball, but I think he's okay if he doesn't hit it hard.
Yeah, I don't think he's convinced.
He's not even looking at it.
Oh, Stubbs awake.
Yeah, with the physics update, you know, with the spin wearing off the ball, that shot on the 9 I was talking about was a little tough.
Oh, is he trying it again? He's got an angle that he can spin down into him, but he hasn't. Well, maybe he is thinking that the 9 will go and he's going to leave it there, but I don't know what he's going to do up until then.
Well, I mean, that was a perfect time to shoot it. I guess he's trying to get position where he can break it. I guess he doesn't think it'll go. I thought it would, but boy, I'm not sure what he's doing here. I mean, you could go 3 rails, well, really on a 4-rail path into that 911 here.
Well, it looks as if he's coming down the right side. He looks as if he's spinning to the short rail and doing it, tightening the angle so he can come down this right-hand side the way he's got the Q-tip.
If he thought he needed to break it, he could go 3 rails and come into it on the 4th rail.
Oh, he's got there.
He's going 3 rails straight into it.
Oh, he's played that well.
Yeah.
Okay, it's not sitting ideal, but it's a lot better than what it was 30 seconds ago.
Yeah, he can go straight up and down the table, or he can put a little bit of right English on it. He's got to miss the 2 and come up and get on the other side. That's risky as far as hitting a 2.
Yeah, 2 is right. More or less ahead of the pack.
2, it looks like. It's tough shooting a 2 just because then you got a combo, and coming up with the break shot is.
I don't know why he's not playing the cut in the 11. And I mean, there's loads of room up and down the table to get on the 9.
Yeah.
He'd be unlucky not to be in the 9.
If he doesn't get on the 9, he can always shoot the 2 and use the 9 as potentially as a break ball. Although it's, you know, you got to get in a spot you can spin it back into the rack.
He might be trying.
This is tough here.
I think he's gone dead straight, absolutely plumb.
Yeah. Well, that was tough to come out with a break shot in that situation. Well, he played it well, but I don't think he's going to like what he's looking at. Now it's time to start looking at the rack.
Well, he's looking at the 7.
Let's see how this is sitting. This is, I think it may go high up on the long rail. This is, I'm not sure that
Now,
this is
the
going to
problem
go.
is he can't get to it, Steve, because the two balls blocking the 15. He can't get to it, I don't think. And I would
Well, yeah,
be.
I mean, it's gonna, it's the way this thing's sitting. It looks like the 7 ball is gonna hit high above the pocket up on the side rail.
Now, what is he? Is he still called the same ball? He's still called the 7, but I'm not convinced that he can get. Well, then
Well,
again, what do I know?
well,
Perfect.
obviously, he was seeing it the right way because that thing went right in the center of the pocket. Great shot.
I thought that other ball was blocked off there, but it worked out perfect.
Yeah, well, I guess he knows something that you and I don't, because I thought for sure that 7 ball would go high, and that thing went right in the middle of the pocket.
See, in that instance there, I wouldn't have played that because I had already convinced myself that it wouldn't go because you can't properly get to it. The other ball was blocking the other one partially, but it worked out.
Yeah, well, now what's key is take advantage of that and, run a lot of balls. I mean, he made the great shot. The rack's open. And figure out how to go through this rack and get yourself a break shot. And, he just shot his break ball. I mean, the 10 ball's a potential break ball. I mean, I think that's a mistake we're seeing over and over again where guys are just not thinking about their break ball early in the rack
Yeah,
and, trying to leave things because
I mean,
manufacturing a break ball isn't that easy.
yeah, that is the biggest fault with most of the players, and well, probably most of the matches I've seen. Not that I've seen all of them, but time and time again, I'm saying, well, there's the break ball, and bang, there it goes. You know, right in the early stages of the rack, the break ball's gone. Because that's the thing that once you unless something happens, once you have committed that that's your break ball, or it's more than likely going to be, or you maybe have a choice or two, then you commit yourself to make sure you're not going to be getting into it and moving it when you shouldn't be. But guys, because there's a struggle to get good control of that cue ball, very often the break ball has to be the bailout to just stay at the table. And then you know where it's heading. It's just, the run's going to end.
Yeah, well, I mean, his best shot of the break ball right now is a 10. And hopefully he recognizes that. Um, it's a little tricky getting to a place where he's got a shot. I mean, he needs to leave, I think, the 2 as the last ball. If he can play the 6 and then get an angle where he can go 12 or 13 or vice versa and roll down and get pretty straight on the 2 or stay slightly above it, he should be able to come up with a shot.
I would have wanted straighter on either of those two so I could just get behind both of them to take
Yeah,
them into this pocket.
he's okay. He can just draw this back on this 13. He just doesn't want to come up, you know. The tough part about this is he needs to get pretty straight on this next one. Because he can't, like, if he would just stopped where the 12 or 13 was, that angle on the 2 is too steep. So, yeah, he's okay. So he can just stun this over. If he has a little angle, that's fine. Being above it a little is fine. It's just a delicate little, kind of stun shot here. You don't want the cue ball to move too much.
Well, he's not got there. He ain't got there.
Well, he shot it the right way, but he didn't get the ball in the pocket. But that's what he needed to do. He was perfect on the 2 ball. So he's thinking the right way. What would have helped him there, I think, is if he would have used some left English, and so he could hit the 12 ball a little fuller, try to throw that ball with a little left English. He could have hit the 12 ball fuller, and it wouldn't have been quite such a delicate shot. I didn't see how he actually ended up hitting it, but when he was lining up, it looked like he was on the center ball. Well, this isn't good. I mean, I think he's going to have to hit this with a lot of right English to get a shot on this 10.
To get it squared up.
Yeah, he's got to hit this with a lot of right English. He's fine. He cannot go straight. Yeah, he didn't hit it with enough. Well, maybe he did. I think he got there. Yeah, he got there. Biggest problem with this is it's easy not to get a shot. And if you draw this a lot, it potentially could scratch. But I think he almost has to. All right, he decided to play it a different way.
He's going to be on the 2.
Got a piece of the 11, which wasn't a bad idea. I think he probably wanted a bigger piece. Boy, this is tough because he's got to hit this with speed. I would go forward on this so that when it hits the 8 ball, the cue ball goes forward, and that 8 ball goes to the side rail, and the 7 ball should go over by the corner pocket.
Yeah, looks like it.
Yeah, he needs to go forward with this one. Not crazy forward, just, a Q-tip English and hit it firm. Well, he went backwards, which I think was the poorer choice.
That 11 ball set, the 1, 12 and 11, they're set into the corner. Well, they are at the moment. Might not be, but if he needs to. If he's up table, he could, and he wants to be aggressive, he could play it. Because I think it looks pretty much dead set.
He may have been afraid of scratching, cross-side with that 2 ball going forward. But I thought it was a better shot to go forward as far as coming up with something. But I think he's gotten away with it. I think you're right that 1, 2, 11 or 1, 12, 11 is sitting pretty good. It's the slightest bit wide, but I think it'll throw. If you don't hit it too hard, I think it's pretty good. Well, even if you hit it hard, I think it's pretty good.
Well, we'll find out because he may well roll down squarish for the 5. No, he's not. So he's either going to try and get on the 5 to get into them, or he could use the 6 if he gets rid of the 5 and goes up top. But I'm sure he's already looked at the combo.
I think he's just clearing balls out. I'm pretty sure he's going to shoot that combo. I mean, it's not a bad idea to clear balls out because it's less things for things to cluster when you do shoot it. I would definitely be playing shape on that, and he's not.
Oh, well, so he's definitely the wrong side to play the breakout on the 5. So now he's probably just going to have to. Does he think the 3 goes?
No. Well, if it does, it's awful tight. I mean, the 6 ball's better than that in the side, but or the 6 ball in the corner. I mean, he's gonna clear this out. I don't know why he just didn't play shape on a combo in the first place.
And now he's got nothing. I don't know why he tried to get into the pack. It was easy enough to come back up table to anywhere to see a sight on that combo. Now he's got nothing.
He could have come back up table and he had the 6 ball, which was fine, or he could have had the combo, which was fine. I mean, I guess he didn't like the combo, but I don't understand why he wouldn't play for the 6 ball there. Well,
so now just run for cover.
Yeah.
Oh, that
he may be looking at the 3 ball, although I don't.
Nah.
It looks like it's too high. Watch out.
Oh, cue ball and a break shot.
Well, I don't think the idea was terrible, but you got to know where the cue ball's going. He's looking to run in behind these, I think. Hit this with some speed. Yeah, and that was about the worst he was going to come out of it, I think. Hitting that with speed, it was hard not to come up with a shot.
Well, getting rid of the 4 ball, obviously he's forced into it, but it's not a bad thing because that opens up the 6
Yeah,
to
the four
to,
four
to
ball's pretty low. Anyways, I mean the four ball. I mean it's a doable break ball, but it's pretty low.
and he doesn't really need to break these other 2 balls. The obvious thing is that the 12 ball could do as a break shot. It's quite tight to the pack, but the 9 ball is extremely tight past the 12 though, so he may have to.
No, he can just shoot the 12, and it's going to bump the 9. I think he's fine. He can shoot the 12 and roll forward for the 3. I mean, or back up for the 13. It would be nice if he got closer to it. It'd make it a little easier. I mean, he's, I don't like having this much distance, but he's got a little angle. So, yeah, this is a funny little shot here. I mean, he could potentially not come up with something. It looks like he's going to roll this. Yeah, I don't like the way these are sitting, to be honest with you. Yeah, he came up with something. That's good.
That'll do it.
Yep, it was well played.
I mean, you just don't know how things are going to roll out there, but it rolled out as more than acceptable.
Well, you do. You got to see them in your mind. I mean, you
You
can see where 2
visualize.
or 3 balls are going. It's just, but the way those were sitting, just a little bit different cut on that 12 ball, and they could have gone a lot different places. It was kind of a touchy shot to predict.
Well, it's good that you mentioned that, Steve, because that's another failing I say that a lot of players have, that they don't visualize the shot. If you're looking at, especially in this game, when you're running into a ball or balls are going to move, you look at the sort of possible trajectory that they're going to go and visualize where they could end up. It's far better doing that before you commit yourself and get yourself prepared for the shot.
This is a good shot to hit with a little draw and left English. And what you do is you bring the ball back to the side rail and let it spin out. I haven't seen anybody play that kind of shot on VP. And the reason why that was a good situation is because, the ball was going to move up table almost for sure off that. I mean, hitting it with draw. But, he's okay. Yeah, I like the way he played that because that bump on the 1 wasn't going to be particularly friendly.
So, is Hairpig still there in the stream?
Hairpig seems to be here.
Are you not coming in here, Pig? Because I'm about to head out. I'm going to bed.
Yeah, well, he's perfect here. He's going to hit the 15 into these balls, and I think they're sitting pretty good where he's not going to put them on top of the 8 ball. I mean, that's what you don't want to do is tie up the 8 ball. But even if he does, he's got the 4 ball. So, this perplexes me. I would be shooting this 15 right now because it's a chance to. I don't get that. Why would you go forward like that when you could just shoot the 15 and go straight into him?
Oh, I think it's mostly because it's VP4.
Well, I mean, but even with VP4 saying, okay, well, that shot's more reliable as far as making it, you have a lot less control over where the cue ball goes coming into a behind, a lot more chance you're going to get stuck on a ball.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's a percentages thing. That 15, it was pretty easy to control the balls. Instead, he shot a potential break ball, moved balls in clustered with the 8. So, he got rid of a break ball, clustered up his other one. I mean, it just wasn't the way to play that. It all comes down to percentages. if one way is a 80% chance life's going to be wonderful, and the other way is a 60% chance life's going to be wonderful, it makes sense to go for the 80%.
On a completely different subject, Steve, before I go to bed, is there anything in Windows where you can set a timer to switch your PC off? Because I don't think I've ever looked at it.
Well, I mean, I think power management allows you to change power settings at a certain time, but I'm not positive. Are you on Windows 10 or 11?
Windows 10, and I always will be till this PC blows up.
I'm looking right now, but I'm on 11 on this system. But it probably hasn't changed.
No, I didn't think there was, Hog. I'll just leave it on. I was just going to, what I was going to do is set a time for it to shut off. You know, give it like 3.5 hours, because the match won't last that long. And then power it down.
Well, I mean, there is a way to set a timer, but it's a timer from last activity. I mean, there's nothing that I see to set an actual like time of night, but you could say, okay, after this many minutes, put it to sleep. But if you haven't put your computer to sleep before, I wouldn't start doing that now, because it can cause problems. It doesn't always work.
Yeah, and thanks for the advice, Bunny. Fuzzy didn't lock, but I won't be doing that command prompt stuff. No, I'll just leave it on. That's a surefire way.
I didn't know you could do that. That almost looks like that's another thing they probably copied from Linux. Well, this is this is tight. If he hits a 2-ball, it's going to be barely. Yeah, it's even at speed. That ball is just too low and too wide. Well, the shot I'd probably play here is roll it directly onto that 4-ball. Well, he's too wide. No, he's okay. Well, he didn't hit it hard enough, but better that way. I think he's going to probably get stuck up table here. Well, Larry's going to play this game, which isn't a bad thing. Unless he can go up table without giving a shot, then it is a bad thing. And I don't think he can from there. I think that was a good play.
So Larry's on 1 foul now. Tommy's cleared his fouls. And Larry doesn't have a problem getting a ball to a rail. He's got to watch the cue ball.
What's that 4-3 look like? Well, if the 4-3 doesn't go, I think he could just put this 11 ball back to the rack and go up in the top rail. That's what I'd be doing here. I mean, he's going to end up in the top left corner.
No, I think he's playing the pot.
What a good shot.
Well, he's got the 7 as well.
Oh, and he's got a great angle to get into him. You got to be a little careful here. You need to hit this with a fair amount of top, because you're going to want to drive through him. Otherwise, you get stuck on that rack. Yeah, it looks like that's what he's doing. Boy, it got wide. Yeah, that was a tricky shot, because you hit it easier and get into the rack, it probably sticks. I mean, he got away with that. Well, he could shoot the 13 now, or the 4. I'd probably shoot the 4. The 13's a little risky. Or he could try to get better position on the 13 right now, which may be what he's trying to do. He could roll that 14 and get a better angle on the 13, or he could shoot the 4. And he needs to go forward.
Well, he's going forward at the moment.
Yeah. Okay, that was well played. That's how you want to hit that, with a fair amount of spin and drive through them.
2 bonus balls as well. Now,
Yeah. Well, the problem now is he's going to have to manufacture a break ball because none of them are sitting very good.
now, had he been a bit higher on that one, he could have comfortably potted the one and just brushed into those balls and created a break ball.
Well, he can shoot it now. I mean, but I don't think he's going to come up with a break ball where it's sitting. If he could get in a 12 a little straighter, he would, but I don't think he can. It's fine, you know. I mean, one of the things a straight pull is you got to learn some patience, and you know, sometimes you got to wait a while before you try to do something. I know one of my faults in this game has been trying to get to things too soon. Well, he's got a chance to shoot the 2 and then use the 13 to come up into those balls, come up into that pocket 10, 12, 3, and try to make a break ball, and he'd have a shot on the 1.
Yeah,
I mean, he could try that right now where he's sitting straight away, because I think that he's a little straight in on the 2.
yeah, if he followed through the 2.
Oh, he did not want to hit the 1 ball first. He wanted to get past that, and because the 1 ball was kind of his escape ball. Although I mean, he still got the 2, but he without hitting that pocket, it's hard to come up with a break ball.
Well, 12 goes, so
I thought he'd come back into the pocket there and miss the 1 ball, and I thought for sure he'd come up with some kind of break shot. Yeah. If he can get on the 3 ball, the right angle, he can bump that 6 ball out for a break ball. That's what I'd be looking at doing, is figuring out how to get onto that 3 ball.
now
Now, this is a touchy little
let's have a look.
shot.
He's taking the 10, and I think he doesn't like the 1 because he's heading to the side pocket of the 1.
Yeah, and the problem with the 10 is he's coming underneath him, which isn't a good direction as far as manufacturing a break ball. I mean, the 3 was sitting wonderfully to bump that 6, but you got to get on it at the right angle. And I think if he was on this 1 a little different, it'd be easier. Yeah, so that's a problem with coming underneath those, is that you're going to move balls up, and he needed to move them out. But the 12 ball will work. It's not a wonderful break ball, but it will work. It's just he's going to have to get fairly straight on it to be able to get into the right side top ball.
Yeah, I think the handy ball, as it is now, would have been the 1 ball to come down and get good on that 12. But he's still got the 3 ball to deal with.
Yeah, well, he can
See,
shoot the 3 right now. I mean, I probably would. I probably would shoot the 3 right now. I mean, he's going to use, I would be looking at using the 1 ball to come down for that 12.
Well, this is important that he's either taken the 6 up the table or into the side and been able to drop down, and he's...
Well, he did not get a great angle here. That's the problem. Is it's getting tougher. He needs to get an angle on this 1 ball so he can slide down the table, get fairly straight on the 12. Okay, it looks like he's done it. Good shot there.
See, this needs another delicate touch, though.
Yeah. Well, you know, the angle he's got right now on the 12 is a good one. He's going to have to hit this with some inside English to hold it. He's just going to make sure by taking a longer shot. So he should be able to get this into the 15 ball if he doesn't hit it too hard. I mean, you can't hit this with too much speed because you don't want to skim off the top of it. You want to hit it fairly solid and let it bounce off of it and go to the side rail. So this is sort of a medium speed shot here. Make sure you get a good piece. See, he hit it too hard. That is not the way to hit that ball. He got the ball, he hit it so hard the ball moved sideways a lot, and he barely got the 15. He hit that a little easier, and I think it would have been, more contact on the 15.
Well, there's only one ball on, and it's the 15.
Yeah, well, one's all you need.
Yeah. And
If that's the second
Larry's,
time Larry's missed a break ball.
yeah, he's still got a deficit of 21, and it's going to count again.
Well, you can say it was smart or you can say it was dumb. He left himself a lot of distance, making sure he got an angle that was reasonable on that 12 ball. And, you could second guess it and say, well, if you would have tried to roll down better, it got a better shot. But, then you risk maybe not getting the angle on you want on the 12. But I think that all went downhill when he tried to break him out with the 10 from behind the balls where, he just didn't come up with a good break ball. Well, here goes Tommy shooting break balls again.
Well, that 11 and 8,
choice.
11 and 8 look fairly set anyway.
Yeah, well, they're not going to be after he hits this.
He might. I think he might try running. I don't know if he can run into the 2. Hard to say what power he's going to play this at. Whether he is going to try and bang things. Yeah, he's just running into the 2. Yeah.
Yeah. He just lost a break ball, so he's got the 3. Really, that's all that's sitting good. I mean,
now things are going to move. I think he's looking around, but I thought he was committing himself to the 4 there.
He's got the 3. He's got the 12 as a potential break ball.
Yeah, I would think he would want to get on one of those 2 balls, the 12 or the 1 here, with the way the cue ball's going to run.
Yeah, the 2's a shitty one because where it's sitting in the rack, it's too hard to get angle back into the rack. Here he goes playing shape on break balls again. I don't know what the hell he's doing.
Yeah, I think
shooting a combination there.
I presume he's fell short. I'd still be taking that 12 ball just to get rid of it.
I would have shot probably the 14-7 combo there. You're making it hard on yourself when you destroy all your break balls and then have to remanufacture them. I mean, that's, that makes life tough.
Welcome back to Semi-Pro. You not going to your bed, Semi-Pro? Steve's looking for some company in here because I'm about to go. My cut-off point's going to be 10 o'clock and I'm heading out.
Well, he can just roll this and get a shot on 11, which I think is what he's doing.
Now, has he got? He's not got the angle to get into the 9 and 6 though.
No, but there's other balls you can get to those with pretty easily. I think he's going to roll forward, and you just want to lightly bump the 8. You don't want to put it on top of the 2 ball. Lightly bump the 8 and shoot the 4.
Right. Well, this is where he has to be thinking in his feet here because he's got to look at how he's going to chip this 9 and 6. Running out of balls.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to wait too long unless you have an easy ball you can get position on.
Well, he's okay.
He's got the 7 here as long as he doesn't stick himself. Ideally, you want to hit this on the outside of the 9 so that it slides over, which he didn't do. See, he got it straight on. If you hit it on the outside, it slides over and makes a break ball. At this point, his best break ball is...
Well, it could be the 6 or the 1, but...
The problem with the 6 ball is it's kind of low. If it was a little higher, like even with the side pocket a little above it, it's pretty good. Where it's sitting there, it's pretty tough. I mean, the space you have to get on it's fairly small.
Well, he's going to run into the one, I think. He's possibly just chip it. And he might be sitting ugly after it, though.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
And I think that's why he doesn't like that 9 ball.
Yeah, you could hit the delicate draw shot if you wanted. He's opting to go this way.
It's going to be the 1 ball then.
You can use the 1 ball as a break. You're better off if you're right against the long rail.
Yeah.
But if you're going to leave angle...
Oh no, he's going on to the left side of the table.
Well, this is okay.
Oh no, he's going inside. Solid. Yeah, he's a bit.
This is... Yeah, it's real easy to miss this ball.
Well, you've got to put power in it to get there in the first place, so he's going to be...
That's why it's easy to miss it with that speed.
He's okay, though.
Oh, he hit it great.
And he might get aggressive here again. He might as well when he's got the opportunity. You know, whether he can miss that 8 and hit the pack.
It was a beautiful shot. And, he's putting some pressure on Larry because...
yeah, he's building up the score.
Although, honestly, Larry's just got himself into some funny positions and made some mistakes as far as how to play the rack. And then, he's missed 2 break balls, which is just a killer. I mean, I think Larry is a better straight pool player, but right now he hasn't looked like it.
Oh dear. Well, he's taking his eye right off it there.
I guess that's commentator curse right there because that's just, oh boy.
I mean, even the pace he played at, it was hard to tell really what he was trying to do. Okay, he's on the 13, but I thought he might have tried to just smack the side of that pack there.
Well, Tommy can't afford to do that. I mean, he cannot afford to give Larry chances and let Larry get comfortable because, Larry's going to start playing better. He's not going to keep playing like he's been.
Yeah, but he's got. I see that even this lead that Tommy's got, it still puts Larry under pressure because on the previous visit he had many racks ago, he still, his objectives to get rid of that deficit to get him into the game, but he failed in the first attempt. This is his second attempt to do it.
Well, I might shoot the 10 ball here. I mean, you need to get that cluster broken up, and that was a really good opportunity. I mean, I know it's shooting a break ball, but there's sometimes when it's that many balls left and you're spreading them, there's a good chance you're going to get another one.
Exactly, you've got to take that opportunity. Now he's on it. I think he's on it now.
Yeah. Well, the one good thing is he's gotten rid of some balls, less cluster. The bad thing is he doesn't have much angle here. He's going to need to hit this pretty damn hard. Yeah. I really think he would have been better off shooting it earlier when he had more angle, because he really didn't come up with much here. But there's still time.
Yeah, 6 doesn't go.
Well, 6 goes in the side. You can bump that 2 ball out. I mean, that's what I'd be trying to do. And I'm not sure what he's thinking, but he ain't thinking that.
Well, he could
that was a real controlled shot, the 6 in the side pocket and bump those balls and then shoot the 14-5, but he would have needed to roll down further to shoot that.
Well, he's probably going to try that now, just nudge them.
Yeah, this is not a good angle to do it, though.
No.
I mean, this
is getting to that critical point again where something's got to move.
He's still got a little too much angle to shoot the 6. He may, but it's going to put too much speed on the 2 ball. Well, he could shoot the 7, and then the 4 is sitting in a good spot to bump that 2-6. So what I would do is shoot the 7 and then figure out how to get to the 4 ball with just a little angle and bump that 2-6. And if you can leave the 14 or the 5 up there, you got an escape ball.
So he's dropped to 9, he's dropping the 5, But the problem is if he dropped to 7, he would have had your shot, Steve. He'd have got rid of the 7, dropped to 5, and then dropped in the 4 for that breakout in those 2, and now he can't do it.
Yeah, it's a little puzzle, but the key is thinking about, okay, how do I get to this and make a break ball? And the obvious choice was that 4 ball, and then you look at that and go, well, I got to get the 7 ball out of there to do it. Now the problem with the way he's going about this is that he's gotten rid of the 5. If he comes back and uses the 14 to get on the 4, now he doesn't have a easy ball to shoot after he shoots that, because he can't hit that 2-6 very hard. So it's, he's put himself in a tough position now where even if he does go to that 4 ball, he may not come up with a good shot after he shoots it.
Well, I think if he plays this gentle enough, he should have a good 2 ball.
Yeah. Well, this was a shot I was talking about a long time ago. He hit it too hard.
Yeah.
And he didn't need to hit it that hard. I mean, that was. Go ahead and make your trackball comment now, Q.
Well, I mean, if you had better touch, you would have played that. You'd have played the right shot, just a little brush through.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't need to hit it that hard. That was the right shot he played right there. He just hit it too hard.
So 2 ball is a break ball then, or that 14.
Yeah.
And it's a bit high up in the pack. Well, it's right beyond the point.
It's the same situation he had before, where he needs to get pretty straight on it to do it, unless he plays it for the side pocket. But I mean, unless he's got a way to get to a shot that guarantees position, because there's a very small space there that's a good break position. I think he's probably going to go on the top side and try to go forward into the left side of the rack, left top ball. But, the way he's going about playing the rack is just making it a lot more difficult than it is.
Is he going up the table for the 14 and coming back for the 4 behind the pack with a shot, or is he coming round behind the 4? I'm trying to work out.
That 4 ball is not sitting in a spot you can use it as a
break
ball.
Yeah, that's too tight. Well, he's missed the 7. And it's only 11, and he's still 25 behind, and it's going to count again. Well, depending on how Tommyy does.
I think the thing to do here is hit the 7, so it leaves the 14 in front of the pocket, play the 4, and then use the 14 as a break ball, just like that.
Yeah.
It would have been better if it was a little closer to the end rail, but that's still fine. Now he needs to get this ball just back across the table to the long rail he's at, and he's got a really good break shot.
Needs to keep going.
Go. Yeah, he's good.
That'll do.
So now you're going to hit this 14 thin with some running English and get into the back of that, and then it's going to hit the long rail and come out just like that.
And not scratch.
The running English on it. Well, I mean, that would have been a fairly unlucky roll there to scratch off that. I mean, it was a possibility.
I'll tell you something, though. He's not got an easy follow-up shot here, by the way. I mean, he can cut the 11, but and then he's.
I think a really good straight pull player would have taken a little more time with that, tried to judge exactly where he's going to hit into the bottom of that rack. But even if you do that, at the speed you're hitting it and stuff and spinning it over, it's hard to be accurate. So I think even if you're really good and you plan it, doesn't mean it's going to go that way.
Well, I think he's going back to this 7 ball.
Yeah,
he's looking at it, but neither of them are great. But I think I'd prefer the 11.
I think the 11's a pretty easy shot.
I mean,
just with a little English and a touch of draw. You can shoot the 3 next. You could shoot the 7 next. You just bring the ball back to the middle of the table. You got the 7. Not too much draw. Well, you hit that awful soft. Well, I mean, he could shoot the 10 or the 8 after this. I think he's probably going to end up shooting the 8. He could shoot the 7 right now. I mean, I think he needs to get that 8 out of there pretty fast because it's blocking pockets for the 1 and the 10.
Yeah, he might. It depends how he finishes on it. He might cut the 8 and run into something here. I don't know. Because I think
he's gonna shoot the 8 now. You got some choices here. I don't like really trying to get into the rack here, but if you're going to play for the 1 next, that's real touchy. 7's the safe one. He decided to go straight into the rack, and he hit it pretty good. He came up with a shot. That was a little risky and getting stuck, but he came up with a shot.
Yeah, we've got a break ball sitting right there. 6 ball looks pretty good, but the problem is that the other balls adjacent to it, like the 9 and the 13, are possibility of nudging them out of the way unless he takes them up the table and gets the pattern right.
He's got the 2 and the 4. I mean, he could shoot the 13 right now if he wants, but he's got the 2 and 4 both potential to move those balls. I think he looks like he may shoot the 13 now, although I'm not sure what he's planning on shooting after that. He's got himself in kind of a funny spot here, which...
Yeah, 2 doesn't go up table.
Yeah, I think he's going to shoot the 13 in the corner just because it's safe. 13 in the side is maybe a better shot, but you could be missed.
He needs to be careful here with his cue ball, because if he's going to get up for the 15, he needs to watch. No, he stunned it.
Yeah, he's just stunning over, bumped the 6, play the 10, which is fine. I mean, he needs to get to the 2 or 4 ball still, and he can use the 7 to do that. I mean, that's key, is recognizing that you need to get to that 2 or 7 ball, or 2 or 4 ball, because that's what's going to open those balls up easily. I mean, yes, the 9 goes up table, but that's not really a great play.
Oh, now he's going to end up having to take his break ball.
No, he could shoot the combo. I'd shoot the combo, and I think that's what he's going to do. I think that's a wise play. Shoot the 4-7 combo, and then everything's wonderful. You're right. He's going to take his break ball. The 7 ball will work as a break ball, or it would have. Boy, I guess I shouldn't have said that.
Well, that's the candidate for the break ball now, the 7 ball.
Well, I'll tell you the good thing about the where he shoved it is it's sitting in a good spot to use that to get on the 4 ball for a side pocket break. I think the 4 ball is clear enough where he can shoot that in the side pocket. It's a little bit tight, but I think it works. But he's not going to listen to me. He's going to go ahead and get rid of the 7, which is the one that I'd want to leave for last to get on the 4 ball.
He's looking to see if he can see enough of the 9. I think he can. But
yeah, I would be shooting a 9 here if I could. 9, 5, 15, 7, and then shoot the 4 on the side as a break ball. Yeah, instead he's gonna screw himself here.
Well, he's gone dead. Even if he was playing the 7 next, he's gone dead straight on it pretty much. So he's going to have to take the... And I think he's gone too far this way as well, because he could have taken the 4 into the side and just nudged into the 9.
Well, he can nudge the 9 here and get a shot on the 5, but it's coming up with this and getting a shot and getting to the break ball. This is all like very dubious at this point.
Well, if this works out the way it should, he'll be on the 5.
Yeah, I mean, he should have been able to recognize the 4 ball is a good break ball and 7 ball is sitting perfect to get on it.
And now he's sort of...
he's got a chance here. I mean, he hit that good. This is natural to come behind the 9 ball, long rail. Leave yourself a little angle. I mean, that's what I would be doing here, is just play 2 rails just behind the 9.
Around in behind the 9 and out. Get yourself into that line.
You just got to control the speed. If you roll it too hard, you're going to get too straight on the 9.
Well, it looks as if he's going behind it, because if he was worried about it, he'd start putting inside right on it. He needs to avoid it, though.
But see, that's where, you got to know where the cue ball's going, because that was a pretty easy shot, but, you can't hit the 9 ball. Well, this is where I just call safe and make the 9 and roll the cue ball up to the end rail. Now knowing these guys in VP4, he's going to blast this thing and try to get lucky and probably scratch off the rack or something crazy. But I would be playing safe here and rolling the cue ball up and putting it right on that middle diamond of the end rail. All he's done is put himself in a bad position. He had a super easy safety. He could have put Larry in a really bad position, on the rail right on that middle diamond. And instead, he's now, giving Larry a lot of options.
Well, I thought Larry can't see enough of the floor to punch it. You can chip off it and use the pack again, though.
He can just chip off it. But, Larry would have been in deep trouble if he was sitting on the center of that end rail with a full rack all together. He would have had a very difficult shot to play safe on.
Well, that wasn't the best of shots by Larry. Okay, there's not a lot to be had, but he's given Tommyy control of the table here again.
Well, this is where you need to take a real good look at the rack. It looks to me like that 14-6 is sitting really good. So I think Larry did give away a lot there. I think that 14-6 is dead, and I think the best way to get to it's actually the 8 ball.
Well, I'm looking at the 8, the 2, and then from behind the 14.
I like the 8 too, and hopefully Tommy's looking at that and recognizes that he's got himself not wonderful on this 10 ball, but he can still get to it.
Yeah, you can just punch through to the right side so you can get a shot on the 8.
The key there is knowing where the cue ball's going so you don't scratch or something stupid.
Well, he's calling a safety. Larry's already had a look at the pack. I'm pretty certain.
This is dumb.
I'm pretty certain Larry's had a look at the pack. I mean, Larry will go for this. He's not going to turn this down. Tell you that straight away.
This is the angle shitty. I mean, that's the biggest problem is the angle is not good. Now you can try to play it with 11, but I don't like that.
Well, then again,
I think he's got to play it with the 8 if he plays it, and I probably wouldn't shoot it because you're looking at that little patch on the end rail that you have to bring the cue ball into, or you're scratching. If you rub that 5 or 7, there's a good chance you're going to scratch.
Well, right now, Larry's using his V button and he's looking around the pack. That's what he's doing. That's why the cue isn't moving. He's looking around, but I think he's making his mind up. What you're saying, Steve, whether he's going to go the 8 ball or slam the 11 into the 2.
I don't think he can go 11. I think it's got to be 8, and that's a touchy shot. But Tommyy, he could have rolled over here on the side of the long rail and shot the 8 easy.
Yeah.
He just never saw that the 14-6 was dead.
Well, Larry's not called anything yet, so.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying to figure out how to do this without scratching.
Yeah, there we go.
So I think, what he needs to do is he needs to hit the end rail. He doesn't want to rub the 5 or 7, and he needs to hit the end rail. He was able to drive through it. That was a really good shot.
Dead set. Well, there's a lesson to be learned there, guys. I mean, how often do I talk about it in the stream in these matches that whenever you're working around a pack, you've got to look and see that nothing's changed, something you might have missed. And, Tommyy, I don't think, was aware of that combo. And that's, the end result will be as to how many Larry can get from this. At the moment, it's not going to be a lot. But Tommyy might be made to regret that.
That was a really well-played shot by Larry. What he did was he hit the 8 fuller with topspin, and what it allowed him to do is let the cue ball loop around that 5-7 and then drive to a rail. That was really well played.
Now he's got his breakout shot. I mean, he's guaranteed to be hitting the 8, and that's got to open him up. The 2 and 5 will split.
Well, the worst sin by Tommyy was not just playing safe and pocketing that 9 in the side and putting the cue ball up in the end rail instead of doing something crazy, because I think that's one of the problems with VP, because you can wham the ball and move it around the table and make sure and you're sure you're going to make the ball that players think that, geez, I can just do this. Whereas in real life, they wouldn't do that. But the bottom line is the best shot was still the shot you'd play in real life, which was play safe and put the ball on the end rail. I mean, imagine this. Imagine that your ball is frozen on that middle diamond of the end rail and you've got a full rack.
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
Yeah.
How are you going to get out of that situation? I mean, that's a terrible place to be.
Yeah, I keep saying to the guys as well. I mean, I'm always surprised at why when the guys are playing safety that they don't try and nail it to the short rail in the top end of the table as we look. To me, that's far more difficult trying to get a good touch in the pack from that distance.
Yeah.
And there's always a risk of a ball getting nudged into play. There's always a risk of mistakes being made.
And you got to recognize there's a huge difference between having the full rack there versus not having it. Because not having it, you get a chance to roll in those top balls and stick it. With the full rack there, you can you put that ball right on that middle diamond. That is just the worst position in the world to be in.
Yeah.
And if anybody doubts that, go
try
on
it
offline and set it up and try it. You're going to find out you don't want to be there.
Yeah. Well, this could maybe be profitable here, this little nudge, if he doesn't do this too heavy. Well, he's got it full in the face.
That was a good situation there. But, the problem he's got is, he needs to manufacture a break ball. That 10 ball is too high. And, here we go again, not having a break ball.
I think if he'd not, I was thinking if he obviously hit the 12 pool in the face, I was thinking we could play that a bit more gentle and just nudge. I mean, he was guaranteed he would have a shot in the 15 anyway.
Well, if this was me, I would be using the 12 as a break ball. And I'll tell you why. You can get above this real easily. There's a lot of different angles that'll work.
Yeah.
And you can get this ball curving. You can draw this ball where it curves into the rack at an angle where it's not going to scratch, or most likely won't scratch.
Yeah, as long as you get, quite deep up the table, you do have those choices. I mean, if it came to it, you could use a couple of rails off the corner here, to get into the pack from the back if you were desperate. But it does give you flexibility, and he's probably going to take the 12 now. By the look of it, he had to look at it.
If you get thin enough on it, you can go behind it, which is fine because you can spin it or you bring it into the rack at an angle. If you're not quite in the right spot, you can hit it into the rack directly, but you got to draw it because you got to get it curving. If you hit that into the rack without draw, there's a good chance it's going to bounce off it and scratch. And
this 15 ball, if it's going to be left as a break ball, you've got to get really good on it.
I don't like the 15. No, sit too high.
He may have to cut the 2. So again, he's got to go up the table, but the 2 looks as if it's going to go. So he might. I'll tell you what he's doing, Steve. I've worked it out now. He may well be taking the 10 and then cutting the 15 into the corner from behind the pack, and then running the cue ball straight onto that long rail on the left side and back into the pack.
Yeah, and I don't particularly like that break shot because it's real easy to scratch up in the right corner.
Well,
because you're gonna hit the side of the rack. Now, if you hit the bottom of the rack, it's easy to come back across and whoa.
Well,
I don't think this goes. I'm not sure why he stopped that shot. I said a long time ago the 10 ball was too high. I guess he didn't hear me. He's not listening to the stream.
He's certainly not potting that 10 ball. I don't. There's no way it's potting.
Yeah, this is a shitty situation he left himself in. I mean, the only way he can make this is bank it, and that's not a good shot.
Well, I think he's trying to convince himself it goes. It'll be some shot if it does. I don't think there's no way that's going. He can't get to it. I don't think.
Yeah, that's not going. I'm that shot you were talking about where he shot the 10 and then played the 15 and cut it back into the rack was better. I mean, there's a high probability of scratch, but this is there's nothing unless you bank it. I mean, the only shot here is bank it.
he was already at last resort when it came to it. So why he didn't leave it over the corner pocket, I don't know. Because I mean, looking at how tight that is to the pack, you had to get extremely good to have any chance of that. There's no way, even where he is, and even if you had cue ball in hand and moved it around, I don't think you could pot the 10. Well, he's calling it. He's convinced himself. Is he going off the 13 onto the 10, Steve?
He almost has to.
Well,
I just couldn't see how that was going to go because the way he hit, the only chance he had of hitting a 13 and hitting a 10 is it was going to be too fat.
You see, that's the thing about Larry, though. Larry's got himself into a position here. His run's only 13. He was still 31 points behind. And Larry's going to be aggressive. He's always going to be aggressive. He should have bailed out there and run for cover.
Well, I mean, it's sticking what you decided you're going to do even when it doesn't work. And I mean, I'm sure he looked at that and knew it wasn't going to work and shot it anyways.
Yeah,
I mean,
last resort there, I thought, well, he's maybe accepted he can't get clean to the 10, so he's going off the 13 to try and make the hit. And, that is a big ask, a big risk.
I went through a period in real life where I did that a lot, where I was just like, I'm going to make this happen. And, when I knew it wasn't going to work. And just because you think you can't think of anything else, doesn't mean you should shoot a shot that doesn't work. I mean, he needed to play safe there.
Well, the match earlier on today, Sergaresh did it the right way to get back into it. He's watched his opponent get a 67 run, get a big lead of 90 points, and had to be conservative. You've got to get that balance, and Larry's balance errs too much on the aggressive side when it's not exactly the best time to be aggressive. You've got to get yourself back on par and get rid of that deficit. You don't do it by being way too aggressive. And obviously, as you said, sticking with the shot that he chose and then looking at it and it doesn't really go in the first place. He's walked into his own trap.
I think Larry's trying to think through these racks, and it's just it's hard, especially when you're playing, and if you haven't played in a straight pool where it's more automatic. I can tell you this right now is that I see the game a lot better watching it and commentating than I do when I'm playing. When you're playing, it's a little different, and it's a little bit harder to play the right patterns.
I mean,
the guys that play straight pool a lot have played so much, they don't have to think about it.
Well, the one thing about sitting here watching this, Steve, I found I've never missed a ball yet. I've never missed a shot. I mean, I'm 100%.
But I mean, some missed shots have cost Larry, but probably just as costly have been some of the pattern mistakes.
Yeah, the 2 break shots that he missed as well. So that's costly.
But I will say this: in spite of the pattern mistakes he's made, he's made less than Tommyy has, and that's an advantage. Like right here, it looks to me like he can shoot this 13 ball. You should be shooting it. Shoot the 13, draw the ball, split that 4-15-8 up. See, I just don't get this. Why wouldn't you shoot the 13 when you had a perfect angle to get rid of the trouble?
He might have had to tweak that cue ball a little bit to get right on the 13. I don't think he was perfect on it.
I looked at it from down the line. It looked like it was fine. So he's going to give this back to Larry, and Larry's in a situation now where he needs to make a break ball.
There, Stubb got himself in the room. He's left quick before you muted him. He beat you to it. He got out. That was a hit and run there by Stubb.
Well,
you're going to get.
Stubb should have said is he shouldn't have been in that position in the first place.
Oh dear, Larry. God. Oh no.
But I think Larry's just got himself rattled a little. He needs to settle down. I mean, because he is not playing. He's not playing his game, and he knows it. And it's tough, when you get in that situation where things aren't going well and you're not playing well, and to get out of that. And none of us are immune to getting in that mode.
Well, I think Larry has to go on the defensive. He has to take the chances when they're there, but he has to start locking Tommyy up and leaving him nothing, because this isn't leaving him nothing. This is leaving him, extra points when he shouldn't be getting them. But I mean, all the years I've watched Larry, he'll never change as far as that goes. But he's going to have to wind it in as well as be positive. But it has to be positive safeties as well, rather than just going for it.
Well, I think Larry's the kind of person that tries to play the right way.
Yeah.
And,
I'd never fault him for that, but as I say, I still think he needs to listen to that little voice, and I don't think he pays as much attention to it as sometimes he should. And I'm talking particularly in a situation like this because he's going further and further behind, and pretty soon he's going to be running out of time.
Well, honestly, I think he needs to just play a more straight pool because there's a lot of decisions that aren't the best ones, and I think mostly it's just experience. I think he's trying to do the right thing, but isn't always doing it.
I mean, it's even more examples to anybody watching this that straight pool is not easy. There are far too many gullible people out there who, they look at the list of games in VP4 and they say, well, there's straight pool, that's just pot and balls. No, it's not just pot and balls. It never has been. And this is opening people's eyes as to how damn difficult the game is.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, you could say One Pocket is probably the master game as far as strategy goes and everything else that's incorporated into the game. But, when you think just pot and balls is all you have to do, then think again.
Yeah, if you want to get good at pool, I mean, most of the really good pool players in the world have played a lot of straight pool. I think in the case of the Filipinos, it's more rotation, which, again, is a very difficult game. I think the Europeans, there's a lot of them that play a lot of straight pool. I know the Americans, a lot of them have played quite a bit of straight pool. A lot of times it's more practice than anything else, but you learn to run balls and play patterns, and it helps all of your pool games.
Yeah, well, Slim says, I think it's the hardest when things aren't going well for you. Well, any game that you're playing, doesn't matter what game it is, any game's like that. But
a lot of it's choices, because it gets a lot easier when you play the correct patterns and you recognize the situations and you understand how to play the rack. When you're playing the rack the wrong way, it gets tough real quick, no matter how good you play.
Well, Tommy's going to try and take the 8 into the side, because that's it does go up. I think it goes up top. I think there's just a little gap, but now he's ended up in no man's land.
Well, this I think this 13.
Oh, was he playing? Was he? What did he do there? Was that Larry or was it Tommy?
Safe.
He played safe, right?
Played safe. This 13 ball goes. I think you got to throw it a little bit, or rub the 8. I like just throwing it with some inside English. I think you can shoot the 13, and it's the kind of shot that if you get a little piece of the 8, it'll probably still go.
Well, Larry went on the defensive there, but I think he went in the defensive at the wrong time.
Well, a lot of times it's know your opponent, because I mean, I think if they get in a safety battle, Larry's the favorite. See, this is where you don't want to be, because unless that 13 banks, which it does, but it's a tricky shot. This 8 ball will throw the 13 and open it up. I like that play a lot better.
That'll do it.
That's a smart play. That's a very smart play.
Larry can't go for distance because, in VT4, the 13's always going to get potted, so he's just going to push that towards the 13. He might lose a point if he doesn't get it to a rail, but...
Well, in real life, leaving that, the only way that this is good is that you thin the 8, leave it in the rack, put him straight in on the 13. Then he doesn't have anything because, the ball's in the rack and he's straight in on the 13 and, he can't break and run the rack. So that shot was there. Not saying it was the easiest shot in the world, but that shot was there.
Well, 1 foul all. 2 for Larry now. He'll get away with the 3 fouls because he's going to get a ball to rail in a minute.
Boy, I don't know why he's not going straight into the 13 with this.
Yeah, he'll get a ball to rail now, but
I think he should have just done the same bump straight into the 13 and put the 13 on the rail because he came out of it pretty good. I mean, there's no easy way to do this. I think you can bank the 8 ball, but coming up with a shot on the 13 is a little tricky. You could try rolling up on this, but it's pretty tough. Well, now the question is, what are you going to do? I think he's probably going to play safe. Yeah. I think that was a wise move. Now we're going to do a few tickies. This usually devolves pretty quick, so it won't be too many tickies before somebody gets a shot. I almost have to think about shooting this now. Shooting a bank shot. I don't think he will.
No, he's just going to come back to the pack.
The good thing about the bank shot is you leave yourself good on that 8 ball inside pocket to break the rack.
Well, he's left the 7 for Tommyy. That's a bad one.
I mean, you got to decide at some point when you're going to shoot and when you're going to duck, because usually these ticky things devolve where someone's going to get a shot. Just, it's not going to be too many back and forths. Yeah, the thing here is he can make that and get on the 8 ball and then split the rack up. If you realize this, he needs to play shape on the 8 ball for the side pocket. And obviously he doesn't realize it because he didn't do that. Well, he's got the 6 ball there. I don't see anything dead, but...
Yeah, he needs to get out into the table to be playing that shot, and then if he goes too far, he can be blocked out with the 8.
Oh, he can go forward on this. He can go forward on this and come out in the table and shoot the 6.
Nope. He's going inside the 4.
The problem here is, it's easy to get funny on the 6. It's easy to be too short. It's easy to be too far. This is touchy.
Now, is he trying to stud over to the 8? No, he's trying to get into them.
He's just going straight to it. Well, that wasn't a terrible choice. It wasn't the easiest shot in the world,
but... he's got nothing.
No,
he's got a combo. Combo is going to bail him out.
Can't get a much easier combo than that one.
Right, well, I'll tell you what right now, Steve, you're on your own. Because
sleep well.
I am heading to bed, guys, so bid you all good night. Thanks for watching. And I'll get up in the morning and see the result of this. Right, so obviously now you're going to be watching. There's no more camera movement. I'll give you one replay. There you go. It's working. Right, so good night, chaps. Take care, Steve. I'll see you again soon. Good night.
All right. Well, this match has me perplexed because I thought Larry was the favorite. He just has not played his best so far, but there's still plenty of time left. I'm sure Tommy's going to give him chances, so I'm expecting to see this match tighten up, and I don't know if it'll tie up, but at least tighten up. Bad echo, huh? Is everybody else getting echo now? Hugh left, and now it's going to echo. Oh boy. Well, Hugh, if you're still there and you can hear this, see if you can fix the echo. Because I'm not sure what I can do on my end. Well, let's see what Tommyy can do here. Oh, he came out with something there. That was a little touchy. Ideally, he'd like to be below this 9 ball so he can run into the 10-11-3. I think he realizes that and is going to draw back for it.
Hello.
Hello, who's this?
Yeah, Sammy.
Oh, Sammy's in. Hey, good. How you doing?
Yeah, good. Thought I'd just I should be in bed. I thought I'd just keep you company for a little bit.
It's only 5:24 where I am, so it's plenty early. But yeah, we've got a very strange match going on. I think Tommy's playing sort of about how I expected, and Larry is playing way under what I expected him to do.
So I think he should leave the 11 and use the 2 balls as a break ball.
Yeah, the 2 ball's not a bad break ball. That far back over here, it's probably better to get steeper angle and try to go straight through it.
Yeah.
Usually it's better not to be that far back, but it'll work.
See, I don't like leaving the 3 and the 12 so close to the pack.
Yeah, I mean, well, the 3's better than the 12. The 12 almost for sure he's going to get a kiss if he tries to shoot that.
We might be leaving 11. I don't think that's a good choice.
I don't either, but I mean, it's better than the 12.
Yeah.
I mean, the 12 is going to be hard to avoid a kiss.
Yeah, but then again, you can take the 12 in the middle and use the white to go in the pack from the side.
Well, he's going to have good speed here because he needs to come across and leave an angle.
And it's quite easy to miss the top of the pack from the 11.
Well, I don't think he hit it hard enough. That's no good.
Yeah, I would probably play the safety and take the white up the other end.
He's going to go forward. The one good thing about this is the cue ball is going to usually separate from the pack.
Yeah, I mean, I sometimes don't try that shot because they easily go wrong.
Even in real life, I'll shoot that shot, but I'm pretty confident I'm making the ball. But the reason why I'll shoot that is because I'm almost always when you're coming at an angle like that, the cue ball is going to separate from the rack. The one bad thing that happened is it stayed low because normally with that English, it'll at least spin up a little, and it didn't. It stayed low on him, which is not good, but he got away with it.
Yeah.
So now he's got to figure out how am I going to get things loosened up here.
So I'd probably play the 8, draw the white back a little bit, play the 13 and white in the pack.
Yeah, well, that all got messed up. Let's see. I don't see anything that looks all that dead in this.
Yeah, there's no combinations in the pack.
Yeah, the 9 ball's an almost, but you have to be behind behind the rack from up above. I mean, you could have gone. Yeah, it was probably too thin. I was looking at 5, 3, 7, 9, but that's a possibility if you're behind it. Now he could play it off the end rail for this and kick into the 5 ball.
Yeah.
If he's brave enough, that's probably a better decision.
Yeah, to play the same side and back into the pack.
Yeah, if you're not sure on those combos, it's always better to do something like he did.
And then back cushion and back into the pack.
Yeah, this will devolve pretty quick before somebody's going to get a shot.
See what? So what I like about Larry is that he just has no give up. There's actually a combination here, 15 in the corner.
Yeah, it's sitting pretty good for that too. But I don't think he sees it. I mean, it's sitting real good for that. I mean, that ball's dead.
See,
Hit the side of the 12.
He can hit the side of the 5 on the two ball side.
I don't even think he needs to do that. I think he can go directly to the 12 and make this. Because it's going to throw a little.
Yeah, but then what about the white? The white's traveling towards the middle.
Yeah, you've got to make sure the white comes up short of the side pocket.
Yeah, I think he's seen it. He's looking at it.
Yeah.
I would personally, I'd hit the.
If you hit this 12 with any speed, it's coming up short of that side pocket. And you're going to let it go a couple more rails and come back to the middle of the table.
Yeah, I think that will go nearer the side of the cushion rather than the pocket.
Yeah, he's fine here. I mean, this should be pretty automatic. He's just got to get the speed right on the cue ball. He's going to draw this, which... Oh, boy.
Which is why I think hitting the 5 ball first would have been the better.
You may be right. I'm used to balls that are dirtier and throw more. That didn't really throw much at all.
No.
That actually cut, with it actually took the cut.
So, I'd probably play the 15-1, get the angle on the 9 and go into the split pack that way, or the 12 ball.
Yeah, the 12 ball. I like the 12, but either one. I mean,
no, actually leaving the 12 for the potential break ball. One good break ball.
Yeah, 1 and 12 are both good, and that's about it. But he's going to have to move balls here, I think. I mean, they're not sitting where you can kind of solve the puzzle without moving some balls.
Yeah. So you can even play, if he gets a good position on the 10, play the white forward and then play the 3 in the middle. That'll open them up.
He could play the 3 ball too.
Yeah. Not now.
Well, if he's going to shoot the 3 now, he's going to have to shoot the 7-9 combo next, which I don't particularly like playing that sort of position.
I'd probably play the 10 ball now.
Yeah, I think that's the best shot, but it's interesting watching guys play and see what kind of choices they make.
And he's got the 10 in the middle.
Yep.
So I would be definitely playing the 14 next and nudging the 3 in the middle, because then you got a chance of getting them into bubble.
And I think
break balls as well.
He's got enough angle he can move these. And I like moving them from this way because you're not going to be pushing them at your break balls and locking those up.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, he's okay. He just, the 2-5 is still an issue.
Yeah, I'd play the 7 now and just not with too much pace. You might even put the 5 in the better break ball play.
You need to stay on the inside of the 2 so that you get a shot on the 9.
Yeah.
You don't want to get on the, like if you run over there and hit the 5 or something, you could screw yourself.
You push the 5 into, see, I would leave the 5 now. Yeah. Use that as a break ball.
The 5's good. At this point, you need to decide how you're going to get to the break ball. You should decide your pattern there. With those 5 balls, you should have decided, I'm going to go dun, 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 dun.
Yeah.
And
12, 1-2, I would have gone.
I'm sure he didn't do that. I mean, that's the problem. One of the problems with most of the guys I'm seeing trying to play straight pull is they don't, that was the point where you needed to decide how I'm going to get to the 5. Now it looks like he's got a reasonable shot to get on it.
Yeah. I would aim for being not so much on the side rail, but aiming to get the white towards there with enough pace so it bounces off. That way you're guaranteed to to have the white guaranteed to split into the pack.
Right.
But that choice for me, I would have left 2 last because it's easier to get yourself in that position.
He needs to draw this. Doesn't need full draw, but needs like a tip of draw. It's coming. The cue ball is going to hit about midpoint on this 2 ball. He needs to draw it enough that it doesn't go forward.
So that's the kind of shot I like. What he just done there, because it kills the white as soon as it hits the pack.
Yeah, I would have hit that a little harder with a touch more draw, but I'm looking at where it's going to hit that 2 ball. I mean, that's the determining factor is where it's actually going to hit the rack. It's whether you need to draw it a lot or a little, or hit it harder, easier. I mean, there's nothing wrong with what he did. He just he didn't get the ball spread as nice as he could have, and because of that, now he's struggling to find shots.
I didn't even see that. I think that would. Yeah, okay, that was a good shot. I didn't even see that. I was thinking of playing the ball in the middle, drawing the white back, and then playing the cut.
All right, now life is wonderful now.
Yeah, 9 ball, 1 ball, 4 ball.
Now it comes down to good pattern play. He shouldn't have to bump balls at this point. If he does, just barely hitting them. I mean, the balls are spread really nice. He's got a bunch of break balls, 2, 9, 1, 4. He's got, tons of stuff you can do. And he's already funny because you don't want to be straight on the stem ball.
No.
It took him like a whole 2 shots to get funny.
Out of all the break balls there, I think the 9 ball's the 9 and 1 is probably the best one. Maybe a 4.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm not that picky. It kind of depends on the pattern. I agree that ideally those are the best break balls.
And I'm looking at the balls for last. The 8 ball, I think, second from last. To help you get on those. Oh God.
Did he miss the ball? Oh boy.
See, I think the 8 ball would be a good ball for before the break ball.
It is, but you need a ball to get on 8. Like going
13.
9, 8, 1 is kind of good. I mean, that's the thing with those balls extended from the side pocket. If you get funny on them, then all of a sudden it can be hard to get on the break ball. But that's why the ball before the setup ball is 8 ball, but the ball before it can be really important too.
Yeah, see, I played it as 6 and then the 4 up the table. That'll open up the 1.
Yeah, I like that. Because you got to get that 4 ball out of there.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, if you're going to shoot the 4 in another corner, you got the 11 and the 13 to get out of the way.
Yeah.
And he's obviously not thinking that, but he just got the 11 out of the way. Lucky he didn't stick it right on top of the 1.
They played the 11 in the middle right now. I think the 11 in the middle would have been a better choice.
Well, he's got his chance to get to the 4 ball the way you're talking right now. Get behind it and go up table, which
he's playing the 11. Playing the 11.
Yeah, I'm not in love with this because he's basically saying I'm going to use the 9 ball as a break ball.
Yeah, that was actually
still there.
That was a clever shot. See, I would be taking a 3 because I think that's quite awkward to get on.
Yeah, I agree. I go 3, 1, 4, 8, and I go leave the 2 last, just because.
Yeah, you don't have to do anything.
It's simple, you can get the line you want, roll down the table. If you can't make the approach to something like the 8 ball, just stop shot, then you're way better off shooting that 2 ball last.
So it's going to be 8 next. 8-1-2.
Yeah, he's probably going to shoot the 8 just because he's funny on the 1. It doesn't matter. I mean, all he needs to do is get it out past the middle of the table, and he's going to have a shot on the 2.
Oh no.
Yeah, you could tell that wasn't going in, just seeing the line it was rolling on, huh?
Yeah.
And you know, he took a lot of time to shoot that, and I think what's going on is he's thinking. And when you do that, it takes you out of rhythm, and then you end up missing an easy shot like that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why to become good, you have to get good enough at the pattern play where you don't have to think about it that much, because thinking takes you're taking yourself out of your own rhythm.
So here I wouldn't be on tighten the rail on the right side.
Yeah. Which he's not. So this is tricky now where he's at.
Yeah.
Because he's got to deal with the titty there. It's deep enough in the pocket that titty could cause a problem.
Yeah, it's if the white was more or less on the side rail, it's easier to get the white away from that corner.
I'd say that was commentator's curse, except for the fact that it was obvious the tit was going to be a problem, and you know, he didn't see it that way. Now this is a potential scratch here. He's probably going to come back with it because you don't want to go forward.
Yeah, in the same pocket, and also probably in the top corner as well.
I think what you want to do here is just like that. Maybe not quite that much draw, but you know, you needed to get into the 4 ball and try to get some separation.
Yeah. Well, he's got a shot. See, I'd probably run. There's no shot after. He has to hit this quite firm.
Yeah, he'll get a shot if he hits this firmer. I mean, the biggest problem is hitting a 1 ball and leaving the cue ball dead on the end rail.
I think he's going to hit the 3.
Well, it depends on the speed he hits it, but if he most likely he's going to hit the 3.
See, I would now try and stun the white on the 11, and then play the 3 white into the pack.
Yep, just like that.
So I'd still play the 3 here.
I would too. He's probably not going to, but I would play the 3 also. I think it's just sitting beautiful, and you got the 1 ball there as an escape ball if you get too stuck. The 1 and the 5.
But you also got the 1 as well. The 3 might cause the white to travel up the end.
Well, if you play this, you hit it hard with top. It's going to go right around the 3 and into the rack. See this? I would have hit that 1 with top and hard, and it would have looped right around the 3 and got into that rack and just driven through.
Yeah.
And the problem with this now is he's funny, and how is he going to get a shot to break up the rack?
Well, there's a combo to 15-6. That's a possibility, and that would open up a couple of balls.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that's sitting pretty good.
Yeah, I wouldn't have gone that route.
Well, that speed coming into the cluster is no good. I mean, I think he messed up a long time ago by not shooting the 3 ball and going into the rack. And when he decided he wanted to shoot the 1, he still could have gone into the rack, and instead he got himself into this.
Could try and play it where I think that's probably the safest. But here it would play the 3 and screw the white back.
I don't know. I'm looking at this 15-10 carom right now. I think where that 7's sitting, you can't hit enough of the 10.
Yeah. Should play safe here. Take the 3 up the other end and table leave the white tight on the black.
Yep, that's what he did. But now the carom goes. I don't know if Tommy's going to shoot it.
I think no. You're gonna hit the side cushion with that.
You have to hit this with a lot of speed and fairly straight on to have a chance of making it. It's not really a good shot at the speed you're going to have to hit this. I mean, you have to hit it really hard.
Yeah, stun shot. Like a real hard stun shot.
I would not play this in real life, but he
No.
might. I mean,
Yeah, I wouldn't either.
you don't want to draw it because it'll make the 15 go forward.
Yeah,
You were going to have to hit that way harder than that, and
yeah,
because you're going to have to hit more of the 10 ball.
I don't think he hit the 10 as full.
Well, he may have been playing safe. I mean, maybe this was his plan all along, is where that's sitting is good.
Yeah, so that's you could probably take the same shot and just screw the white back a little bit.
Yeah, this is starting to get touchy though. It's real easy not to screw it back enough. I mean, I think there's next two shots somebody's getting a shot, and it looks like right now.
So what I like about Larry is the fact that he never gives up.
Oh, Larry's a bulldog, and I like the fact that he's cerebral. He thinks about things. I just think he needs to play more straight pool so he doesn't have to think so hard during the match. It's hurting him. He's just not playing in rhythm.
See, I played the 13-6 and then the 8 and just nudge those two open in the middle.
Yep, and see, that's the thing. That's why you're making higher runs now, is you're looking at that stuff. Like that 8 ball sitting perfect, and all I have to do is get on it and bump these other 2 balls, and I'm going to get myself a break ball. And he's not thinking that way. I mean, it's sitting perfect to do this. I mean, all he has to do is hit the 6 and draw it a little bit. You don't want quite that much angle.
And you're pretty much guaranteed to be on the ball. I think the 14 would be pushed into a better position.
And the problem with shooting all these balls is he may come back to this eventually, but then you're not necessarily going to have a ball that you're going to be able to shoot after you split those up.
Yeah, which is why I would have taken that earlier.
Yeah,
because you've got all the balls up the other end of the table to be on.
Yeah, and you're thinking the right way, but that's why you're running a lot of balls, is because you're recognizing those sort of things now. I mean, I don't care whether the 271 was on bigger pockets. You can't run that kind of a run without recognizing things like, how am I going to make a break ball?
Yeah, I think the advantage of virtual pool rather than playing in real life is the fact that you can not play for position, i.e. you can leave the white on the cushion, or the general shots are easier to make, which makes life a little bit easier.
Yeah, you can, but when you leave those shots where you have to wham them, all of a sudden they become not so good. I know you roll a lot of balls up table, which is more than you would do in real life. But virtual pool, it works.
Yeah. So I'd be tempted to leave the 14 there and just pop the other 3 and just get a position on the 14 by potting the 3.
Yeah, my buddy watched Moscone play an exhibition, and he ran like 200 balls and never shot a ball in the upper 2 corner pockets, which is pretty amazing.
Yeah. I mean, here I'd be playing the 4, the 2, the 3, getting an angle on the 14, doing it that way.
Well, I'm not sure what he's planning on using for a break ball, because
you could have potentially used the 4.
You could, but nothing is sitting that great for it. But I think you're right. That's probably the best choice at this point.
So you think he's got 2 options?
The 4 is so high that you have to get really good on it to have a chance to get into the rack.
Yeah, it could have left the white on the side rail, but personally, I'd probably go for.
You're almost better off going 2 rails into this rack at this point. But I don't think he can get the angle there either. I mean, he needs to go back and forth. He needs to hit this 3 ball and go back and forth. And if he comes up with an angle, he can go forward into the rack, great. If he comes up with an angle, he can go 2 rails, great. And if he doesn't, he should play safe.
Yeah, but he can bring the white back towards the triangle.
Yes, he can get a break shot like that. But I'll tell you the problem with that break shot is that, if the 4 was a little higher, you could draw 2 rails into the back of the rack. But if you're coming straight into the side of that rack, there's a good chance you're going to get stuck.
So I'd play safe here, call a safety, and just pot and play the white at the other end.
For sure.
Yeah, he won't get enough power to get into the side of this.
Play safe and try to put the cue ball up on the top rail.
Yeah, make Tommyy split the pack.
He's not going to do that. See, and that's the shot I was talking about. You're going directly into the rack, perpendicular to it.
Yeah.
You're not going to come up with a shot unless you really hit it hard. And he couldn't there, because if he hit it hard, he wouldn't have got into the rack. I mean, it was just...
Yeah. There's no value in playing that shot.
Well, you could almost predict that he was going to end up like this. This is like probably at least 8 times out of 10, this is what he was going to end up getting.
So I think Tommyy might go for the 2-7.
Yeah, he might. And I think it's like, you trap yourself into thinking like this, because Larry's thinking, well, I played safe and everything was okay. But if he would have played the safety on the 4 or put the cue ball on the end rail, Tommyy would have been in real trouble.
Yeah.
And not recognizing that.
Just forces the opponent to open the pack up. If the opponent fouls first, you can then foul after.
I think this 2-7 is shooting good, good enough to shoot it. I mean,
yeah.
I'm not sure why he's not looking at it. I mean, I don't like combos, and I'd shoot it.
The bank on the 14 potential.
Yeah, I'd be banking this all day. I mean, that's a pretty easy bank. But if you don't bank well, then it's probably not the right shot.
Yeah, if you draw the white off the bank on the 14, hit the 1, you're guaranteed to be on the 9.
Yeah, I think that's a shot. I mean, because the safety is not easy here.
No,
even if you don't bank that well, I mean, you gotta be thinking about banking this 14, just because I don't see a very easy save.
It could just roll up to the 14 slightly, like almost. You have to be a really delicate shot.
Yeah, that's a tough shot. That's what I'm saying is the bank is easier than that save.
Yeah. It could double kiss the 1 for the white to come back.
Well, that's no good. I mean, and chances were that wasn't going to be. I mean, at some point you got to say, well, I'm going to shoot the shot. And it's funny because, he was criticizing Larry for being too aggressive, and sometimes he is. But in that case, I think being aggressive was the right shot, shooting the 14.
Yeah. See, Hugh always mentions about not knowing where the ball's going right. Where I think about like playing the 7, the white's hitting the 2 onto the 9, pushing the 9 along the rail, and that. I kind of anticipate that I'll be on the 9 ball, like what Tommyy played there.
Yeah, sure. You've got to see or 2 or 3 balls where they're expected to roll. And, the key was hitting out at the right speed. He hit it maybe a little harder than you would have, but he's okay.
Played a 2 ball.
And hopefully, he didn't see that. He's shooting a 2. I would definitely be shooting 11-3 now, because it spreads the rack out.
Yeah, I think the 2 drawing the white back would hit towards the black.
Well, the problem with that is you can get stuck.
Yeah,
I mean, you have to hit this with speed if you're going to hit it, because you can get stuck on the rack and have nothing.
But the 3 goes in the corner.
Well, it depends on where you get stuck on the rack.
Yeah.
I think the 11-3 was sitting so good that was a shot. But...
Yeah. The only thing I didn't like about that is no control of the white and not guaranteed to be on a ball. So like here, I'd be tempted to play the 14-1. 5, but that might be a little bit too
Well, it's sitting pretty good. I agree because if he's going to shoot the 15, he's going to have to hit this with draw.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't want to leave that situation with a 14-5-1 too long. I mean,
I agree.
he's
So
got a chance to draw back into the 14 here and then shoot the 1-5.
Could play the 3, push the 8 into a better position for a potential break ball.
Maybe he can. I'm looking at the angle now. I don't think he can get to the 14.
He could have put the 8 in a better position.
Yeah. Well, for sure he can run into the 14 here.
He could probably hit the 1.
Yeah, I'd probably play for the combo. It's so good. Because the problem is when you start moving balls and you could get a double kiss and all of a sudden you're really sitting shitty. You hit the 1 and it double kisses and the 1 sits on the rail and the cue ball's stuck on it, and
Yeah. So this is quite miserable, and the problem with this is that the 14 and 1 might go awkward.
Well, you just need to draw this back. Yeah, he didn't hit it hard enough, but I think he's still okay. I think he's got a shot on the 8 ball.
No, that don't go.
It doesn't go? Oh, I see. Yeah, you'd have to try to throw it. I mean,
It falls to 15. I'd play the 1-15 here if you wanted to. He's got a big lead.
Well, I don't think that 115 is really tough.
Yeah, it's going to go for it. But
that's a tough shot. You got to really cut this 1 ball a lot.
See, if he gets this, the 1's traveling towards the other corner. But
the cue ball's going forward. It's going to go to the end rail. I mean, he's got to cut this 1 ball really thin.
Changing his mind. He could go for the bank on the 10.
I guess that's what he's doing.
That was probably a good choice.
Well, he got himself in a funny situation here. I mean,
but that's all going down to that 3-ball plant.
Yeah, he didn't need to hit that. He needed to hit that a lot harder. And if he would have gone to the 14 off the 11 ball, then he would have had it easy. That 1-5 was easy. The 3 ball became tough.
Yeah.
But he got out of it. He made the bank shot.
Yeah, he's got away with that.
He can use the 14. It's kind of close, but he could use it.
He's going to hit the 14 on the way back.
Well, he could run into the 1 here.
Or clip either the 14 or the 8.
I think he is going to run into the 1 here shooting this, unless he hits the 15 really thin. It's for sure going to hit the 1.
And then white goes in the... that's a good recovery to be... That's a good recovery.
He was probably playing shape on the 8 if he realized where that was going. So, yeah, I mean, he's managed to figure out how to get through the rack.
Yeah, see, my thoughts about with the 14 or any balls being so close to the pack on the break ball is that there's no chance of... the ball's still going to...
it's not optimal. Now, this is hitting just on the slight underside of the 4, so he needs to draw this probably with a tip of English.
Yeah.
You don't want to try stunning this because it could go forward, and you don't want that. You need to draw it some. And there's a good chance he'll end up on the back end rail. This is kind of a crappy the way it's sitting, but
yeah.
I mean, he should come up with something.
So what I don't like with this is that the potting the ball, it doesn't give the white enough chance to take the spin into effect.
Well, it's still going to come back the way it's sitting, and this is kind of what I expected. It was going to come back on the end rail. It just wasn't sitting very good.
Yeah,
I mean, you could draw that hard, but you take the chance potentially where you could come back into one of the back corners.
See, I would leave the 11 there just as that's a good choice for a break ball immediately. So I would probably
I'd probably shoot the 7 here.
Yeah, off the rail.
Yeah, that's a lot better choice.
But again, with that, it's not really guaranteed that you're going to be on a ball because that could sit tight on the one.
Yeah, well, you got to hit a little bit of speed because you're right. If you hit it easy, you could be stuck on the 1.
With the 11, he's definitely going to go probably clip off the 8.
Yeah, 8 and 6. He's good. He'll have to make a break ball, but
yeah, I'd take the 9, push the 5, stay on the 1.
Well, he could push the 5 up where he's got a break ball with it right here. It's sitting good for it. Yeah, he needed to come back and he hit it on the wrong side of the ball.
I think,
well, that's craziness there. Yeah, those are the kind of shots I don't like. It's too unpredictable.
Could have gone anywhere.
Yep.
So the 12 and the 4, 12 goes in the middle, but you have to be in a certain position for that.
Yeah, that's not too bad. He can get to that. I mean, I think right now he's got to think about making a break ball. Here's a chance right now. He can bump the 15. He's just got sort of a little bit of a stun run here to get to it.
Yeah.
Well, he tried it. He just didn't. He didn't run quite forward enough.
So I would be tempted to play the 10 and draw back into the 13 and 8.
Yeah.
Or not. He's had plenty of opportunities to move.
This angle actually isn't bad. Hit it into the 8 ball and then,
Probably 13 though, wouldn't it? Hitting
13 and then 2 and then come out and sit in a spot for a break ball.
Yeah, that could push the 8. So that's the kind of thing that I look at.
Well, he's got something here. He can just roll this and rub the 2, and the 2 will come out enough to be a break ball, and then he can shoot the 15. Just hit this real soft. You don't want the 2 to push up too high.
I think the 2 would push up too high.
I think he can still get a shot out of it, but you might be right. It's tight.
That'll push up between the diamond in the middle.
You have to hit this with English and roll it. Gosh, that's terrible.
So the 13's in a good position now. I'd be tempted to leave the 2 and the 15 last. Don't pop the 2. Use the 2 to get onto the 15 and the 15 to get on the 13 for the break ball.
Yep, I agree. I think that's a good plan.
The only issue here is the 12 and 4.
Well, you shoot the 8 and then shoot the 12 next. And
yes, agree.
And then you've got potentially a shot on the 4, depending on how you come out of that. If not, you got the 5 and then the 4.
Yeah.
He doesn't think the same way we do.
But that's not a bad choice because he can just roll the right forward.
Yeah, the thing I don't like about that is you don't have the 5s in the skate ball because this 12-14, the way it's sitting,
Yeah, that's not good.
He's okay here. I think he'll have a shot on the 4.
But the white still wouldn't go forward. He might go sit behind the 2. He's drawing the white back.
Yeah.
That's a good choice. So pop the 4, the 2, and then the 15.
Yeah.
See,
that's what we hope he's going to do.
See, with the 13 with the white, I would be tempted, thinking ahead, that right-hand spin, just right-hand spin.
No, it's too far towards the end of the rack. When it gets that far towards the end of the rack, you want to hit that with left and go like 3 rails around the corner.
Oh, right, okay.
The further, there's a spot there. If it was like maybe a half inch further towards the middle of the table, you might be able to hit it with right. But where it's sitting, the shot here is to hit this with left English, come off the 14 and go 3 rails and out to the middle.
And back out. Yeah, so why not the right side though? Because that'll hit the side rail and then go.
Well,
right.
he's hitting a little. He's hitting a little. Well, at the speed he's hitting it. I mean, if you hit it easier, you might be able to do that, catch less of the 14. But typically, when it gets towards the end of the rack, you want to go with inside English and go 3 rails like he did, because what ends up happening is at the end of the rack is you just have too hard a time getting the ball to come out.
Yeah. So I'd play the 15 now and then the 5. Wanting to get on that.
Yeah, and I think that's
the 8.
I think he's recognizing that.
So at least he's guaranteed to be on the 14 at least.
Needs to hit this with speed and draw it, so he's not stuck there. Not sure what he's doing.
Yeah, I think he's just looking.
Yeah, but you can't come out. You can't really come out bad on this if you hit it with speed and draw it.
Yeah. So on the break, I normally amp the ball now. So it's just you only have to guarantee that you're on the right line and some element of control of white, but it gives you a nice.
He hit that perfect. Well, he can shoot the
I would
11 and bump the 9.
Yeah, I would leave the 1. I think the 1's in a good spot.
Yeah, 1's wonderful.
Play the 7, nudge the 11.
Yeah, 7 and the 11 or the 9. I wouldn't shoot the 11 just because you might bump the 9 on the 6 ball. I like the 7 ball.
I don't like the 1 ball.
I don't know why he's looking at the 1 ball. You don't want to leave the 11 ball for a break. The 1 ball is a lot better break ball. You got a little bit more room before the rack, so you can control the cue ball better.
And what the 7 does is opens up the pocket for the 12.
Yeah.
So believe it or not, I do actually think about 5 or 6 shots ahead.
Yeah, well, you should. I mean, the key is it's a little puzzle. So, you got to see the balls that are blocking and the order you're going to pull the puzzle apart.
So the 10 opens up pockets for the 9 and the 11.
Yeah.
The 12, playing the 12 ball could play the white forward after that, play the 6 and the 2, and then opens up the pocket for
Oh boy.
Yeah, that's all right. We play the 14 or the 4. So I'd probably take one of them and use one of them as a backup.
I'd probably shoot the combo here. The only problem with the combo is you got to be careful you don't put the 6 on the 12 ball.
Yeah, but you also got to bear in mind, right, that he's 70 points behind, 80 points behind. And any shot at this precise moment is pressure. So you want to avoid that. And this is the easiest solution because you're not complicating it. But that to me is what he done is probably what I would have done. Just because you're not complicating what you're doing.
Yeah, well, I tend to think real life more where I wouldn't want it to go up and down the table like that, but because the combo was sitting really good. But VP shooting balls up table is a lot easier than in real life.
Yeah.
Oh, he underhit that.
Yeah, that's all right. That's all right. He's got. I mean, Larry should be. I wouldn't be playing the 9. I'd be playing the 4 right now.
Well, he has to. I mean, he really wanted to get on that, not shoot the 9-11 then and leave the 4 to last. Now he has to shoot the 4 ball.
Yeah, I mean, he can even If he plays the 11, then he's pushing the 9 towards pocket to the corner.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to get on this in a really bad way. It just makes it harder to get on the break ball.
Yeah. Well, even then, even if he's on the wrong side of the 11, if that's the generally last ball that he goes for, he can then play the 1 in the middle and use the white to go into the pack that way.
Yeah, it's just the thing you got to realize is never underestimate these guys' ability to screw something up. We keep seeing it over and over again.
Yeah, but the thing is also is that
this is tricky. If you don't get on the right, if you don't get high enough on that 11 ball, you're in trouble.
Yeah, so I would play the 11 ball first.
Yeah, I would too. I would have played the 11 ball and just, because he's okay here, but, this can be screwed up. I mean, you've got to get the cue ball rolling on the correct line.
Yeah, so I would play the top left-hand spin.
Yeah,
just force it over.
He's not going to take the chance. And I don't think that was a bad shot just because if you're not confident you can pull the ball on the line, that was a better shot.
Yeah. You know what? I didn't even think of that. I was so focused on the 1 ball.
Well, it was pretty automatic, I think. Well, I mean, you're like everybody else. You get a plan in your mind, and sometimes you try to follow through too much. I mean, he got in a situation where it was very easy to get on that 11 ball just by, hitting the 1 in. So if he originally had planned on playing the 1, he changed it, which was a smart idea.
Yeah, I believe in the 5 ball at all costs here.
Yeah, there's no reason to not. I mean, it's sitting good, and I actually like leaving more than 1 break ball, at least for the initial part of the rack.
Yeah,
but he only has 1, so.
Yeah, and I tend to look at the rack if balls have moved, and I feel that one of the other balls have moved into a better position, then I replan, reroute.
I think he just needs to roll this 9 ball and come up where he's got a shot on the 2 or 15. Get those out of the way because those are blocking the 1 and the 6. He's not.
Yeah, you could play the 14 to play the 15. I think.
Yeah, he just needs to get to those balls some point earlier, so he doesn't have to start moving the 1 and 6 ball.
Because if you play the 9 ball, you've got such a small area to play for.
Well, if you overrun it, you've still got the 14. Or if you run into the 4 and 3, you're fine. I mean, you're not trying to play. You play that 9 ball, you're trying to make sure that you get on the high side no matter what. And if it rolls too far, you're still okay. The only way you can get screwed on that 9 ball is coming up short where the 12 is blocking you from the 2.
Yeah, see, I would have played the white forward there, played the 15 onto 9 and used the white to disturb that cluster in the triangle.
Yeah, I
think
I would have played the same thing, but probably the 15 and then the 12 and then the 2 and come back for those balls because the 3 goes, the 6 goes, the 1 goes. Oh no, the 3 doesn't go. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's hard to get on the 4, the 3, the 6.
Yeah, well, he can move the 3 right here. He just hopefully isn't going to move it on top of his 5 ball.
I'd probably play the 12.
Yeah, the 12 is a better angle coming into the 4 ball.
Yeah, which is why
do it and bump it, and he's not bumping it though.
No, see, that's kind of why I said I played the 14 earlier and then used the angle on the 15. Use the white to go into it.
But he's just not recognizing that he needs to bump those balls. I mean,
just think the ball. I mean, like now I should be playing the 15. Use the white.
I'd probably play the 3 ball here. I think it goes.
I think you clip the 4 before the 3 ball. I think you clip the 4 before.
I'm used to throwing balls. Hit this with the right English and just throw it in the hole.
Yeah, I think visually you'd hit the 4 ball before the 3, and that would.
If you don't put English on it, you're gonna.
Oh man.
He's just getting further in the hole. He had the chance where he could have shot that ball he shot down the rail and come up and bump the 4. He was guaranteed a shot on, what was it, the 15.
Yeah.
And then he didn't shoot it.
See, in 4 and the 3, they do actually go in the corner. If he gets a good angle on the 8, he can get one.
They do. I just, it's just frustrating watching these simple shots that he can fix his problems and be good, and he doesn't shoot them.
There's stun the white on this 8. That'll come back straight. He might even get on the 6 or the 1 here as well. So he's got plenty of options.
Yeah, it's almost impossible not to get on the ball coming across the table here.
See, personally, I would go for the. Oh God.
Yeah, he can rub the 1 and shoot it next.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the 1. And
the problem is that then he's got to get up where he can shoot the 3 or 4. He's got to make sure he gets high on those.
So if he plays the 6, this could go wrong. I'd probably play the 1 first, and then take the white right up to the middle, in the middle of the pocket, and then play the 3 or the 4.
Yeah, that's a more guaranteed thing. Although I wouldn't be afraid of playing the 6 and rubbing the 1 either. I think it's pretty easy to come up with a shot there.
But you've got a perfect opportunity to get on the 3 or 4.
Yeah,
of the 1, whereas he might get the right angle for the 3 or 4.
Right. And
that's a good shot. That's a very good shot.
Yeah, he came up with a way he could get up there.
So I'll be playing the 4 here. Personally, I think the 4 is a better choice.
I do too, because it's going to be hard to hold this ball to shoot the 4 in the same pocket. So I would be shooting the 4 here too.
And then you could play the 1 in the top corner.
Yeah. Now he's gonna play the 4. I hope.
I don't know. He could actually just pop the 3, just nudge the 5 out a little bit.
Yeah, but he's doing something screwy. I don't know. I keep watching his Q-tip, but it's going all over the place. I think he's having a hard time making up his mind.
I think the 4, you've got nothing to do with the white. It's like.
But I would have shot the 4 last shot, like you were suggesting. I wouldn't have shot that 1 ball.
So 4, back cushion, side cushion, and bring it out, and then the similar shot with the 3 ball.
Yep. And these are like routine shots. I mean, these are shots that, aren't particularly difficult shots. He didn't hit it. He was probably playing short on that 3 ball, and that's the wrong way to play it, because if you come up a little short of where you want, you've got this.
Yeah.
I mean, he could have been anywhere out towards the middle of the table, and he's fine.
See, he could be now playing the top left-hand side, come off the rail, and then just bump the 3.
Yeah, that's
a hard shot.
Yeah, that's you're playing hope, and it's a different 4-letter word than pool. You're playing hope at that point.
But it all goes down to the shot selection.
See if you play safe here. I mean, this is the shot. Play safe and stick them on the end rail.
Yeah. See, earlier in that rack, if he had took the opportunity to move all of that cluster in the middle, he wouldn't have been in this position.
No, but that's what we're seeing over and over again, is going through the rack the wrong way. Now, hopefully he plays safe here. I've watched over and over again guys whamming this ball and trying to break the rack, and
Yeah, he's
playing safe. Good, because this is a terrible position to be in when you have a full rack of balls and the cue balls frozen on the end rail.
Yeah. A little angle on there, because the thing is with these type of shots, you can just pull up to the front ball.
The best place to be is right on the middle diamond, but he couldn't get there. If you're right on that middle diamond on the rail, this is just terrible. That was a well-played shot there.
But you covered yourself there, Steve.
What?
You covered yourself there.
With what?
You said that was terrible.
No, on what?
Well,
No, I said it's not a good place to be up on the end rail.
yeah.
If you don't have a full rack, you can play into those front two balls, but with a full rack like that, it's just not a good place to be.
Yeah. So I'd be clipping the 5 and up the
so
other.
you can go up table.
Yeah. Closer that you are to the pack, the easier it is to manipulate the white. It might be any distant. The further away the white ball is, the harder it is to.
Yeah, well, Tommyy played a great shot to clip the 5 like that.
Yeah,
but the further, that's what I'm saying. Being in the middle makes that a lot tougher if you're dead on the middle diamond.
So I would now take the opportunity to play the white down the balk end, just foul. Now, I don't think that was a good shot. He's better off putting the white at the balk end, knowing that Larry was on his first foul.
Yeah, but these guys don't think like that, because initially, if you think about how straight pull works, and you think, well, gee, a guy can just roll the ball up like that and take a foul and get out of a situation. That's not fair. But the whole thing about 3 fouls is the thing that's super powerful that makes that play good. Is that he's going to get to 3 before you do. So
see like now, yeah. See now, to me, Larry had a good opportunity because Tommyy fouled there. And knowing Tommyy being so far ahead, it will hurt Tommyy more losing points than what Larry would be right now.
Yeah, you gotta learn to take advantage of the rules.
And
that's no good.
So again here, I'd most likely just pop the 5 and play the white up the end of the table and call a safety.
Yeah, I'm not seeing a whole lot of anything out of this rack right now. I don't know. Sometimes, you could take some time to look at the rack. It's amazing sometimes the balls in the middle of a rack that'll go out, and really good straight pool players will play those shots.
See that shot there? I don't see a benefit in that. There was no benefit.
He's fine here. I mean, I'm thinking he should clip the 1 and go up table. He's going the other way.
Yeah, but he could have just done that on the 5 straight off rather than just.
Sure. You're right. And it would have been more assured too.
Yeah.
Take a chance of a ball popping out and giving up a shot.
Yeah.
Well, he's in a good spot here though. He's got Larry in trouble.
So he could play the. If anyone sees this, they could play the 8 ball and pop the 10 in the corner.
So Larry's on 1. This is where he needs to just stick him back up on the end rail again.
If you have a look at the 6 and the 10, that 10 goes. But I feel that he needs to hit the 8 ball to achieve that.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think it goes unless he does.
Hugh would see the 9 and 15, but that will never ever go.
Yeah, he let Larry out there by not getting it on the end rail. I mean, it's super critical that you get it all the way up there when you're playing that shot.
They just nudge the 7. Get the white right down the other end of the table. We might be here for about 6 hours.
That was a good shot. Oh, I don't think it's going to last that long before somebody makes a mistake. I think certainly with the ball going up table, it may last longer than when you're ticking them down here. But
Yeah. So,
It's not going to be too many more shots before somebody's in real trouble.
to play the 7, just nudge the 4. It might nudge the 11 out though.
Yeah, and he did.
I wouldn't be tempted to play that. I think that's too much of a big risk.
It's a huge risk. But I'll tell you what, I've seen guys shoot this and run 100 now. It's sitting good to shoot it just because the cue ball's going almost straight into the 7. It's pretty safe to shoot this.
Yeah.
But you got to make the ball.
But Larry is 60 points behind.
I think he's shooting it, especially being behind. I think he's going to shoot it, and I probably would here too.
Yeah, but
I mean, you gotta be confident in your ball pocketing. I mean, I'd probably shoot this in real life, but I'm pretty confident I'm going to make it.
Yeah, that's a good shot.
Especially at that speed where he didn't hit it too hard. In virtual pool, I probably would have hit that harder just because, it's virtual pool and you got a perfectly straight stroke. In real life, it's hard to hit that hard.
Yeah, I think just trying to snook on the one ball now.
Yeah, he came up with nothing.
Yeah, but there was no conviction there.
If he wants, he can just roll up on top of it. Yeah, if you're going to shoot that, shoot it like you mean it so you get a shot.
Yeah.
Roll on top of this one ball right here.
Yeah.
That's a simple shot. Is just stick him on the 1.
I wouldn't play up the other end. Just roll up.
Yeah, just roll up on the 1.
See, the way that I was looking at that.
Yeah, no, he's looking at cutting this 1. So that
it's not good.
All he had to do was roll up on top of it.
Yeah. So now that's a perfect opportunity for Tommyy to split pack.
I'd be shooting this 1 every time. I mean, this is not a terribly difficult shot, and the cue ball is going to run right into that 2 ball.
It's a blind pocket. It's a blind pocket. Can always hit the near knuckle.
Yeah, you don't have to hit this super hard. Because the cue ball is going to want to run through here.
Yeah, it's a good shot.
Good shot. I just don't get that. All Larry had to do was roll up on the 1 ball, and Tommyy had nothing.
So I would be tempted to play the 7 and come back and play the 2.
Yeah, it might have been a better shot because that didn't split up very well.
You can still do it. But just roll the white forward, play the 6. No heroics.
Yeah, I like that shot because it's guaranteed.
So now the 2's not makeable. It's got to play the 6 ball.
It doesn't look like the 2 ball goes, no.
Not now. This is what we had a conversation about the other days, where I see opportunities to split packs open like early while you've got options open, whereas now he's removed all those options. If he does lose the white, he's got nothing to fall back on.
Yeah, although in this situation, he should come up with a shot. He needs to go forward with this. Oh, he hit it easy. Boy, he's lucky he came up with a shot there.
Yeah, I mean, again, here he can go into him again, just a tiny draw.
He better not hit him easy this time. I mean, if he hits him that speed this time, he could be locked up. He needs to put a little bit of speed on this.
I wouldn't play side. I'd just put draw on it.
Okay. He's not hitting him hard enough in those last 2 shots.
I think side on the white wasn't the right one there. I think just a Q-tip below on the draw. That also helps the ball to go in the pocket as well.
Well, it helps the cue ball come back because
Yeah.
it's not fighting. It's not fighting at all because the draw is gonna be top when it comes off the rail and it's gonna shoot. Because he's in trouble now because he shot 2 shots in a row where he hit the balls too easy. And when you've got a cluster but the balls aren't together, like they're slightly separated, it takes a lot of energy to split them up. If you have a cluster and the balls are like all tight together, they'll split without a very hard hit. But when they're half an inch to inch apart, it looks like they're going to split up, but they don't unless you put speed on them.
Yeah, his shots are getting harder and harder and harder. He needs to do this dead weight.
Well, I like that he shot that ball. That was the right shot, but he missed it. I mean, he shoot that right into the 3-9, try to preserve the 14 as a break ball.
Yeah, I would have probably taken the 14 in the same pocket instead.
Yeah, I like the shot, but obviously missing it's not any good.
Yeah.
Let's see here. A 14 ball is a little bit high. He could still probably use it, but he's not going to get much of the rack.
Yeah, but he can play it again. He could play the white on the side rail and play the 14 in the middle.
He can, but the problem with doing that is, it's hard to get to the right angle without a ball. You can just stop and have it. So, I mean, I've done this a lot trying to get on that ball, and I've gotten funny on it or gotten a place where I didn't have a good shot. I think he'll have a good shot at this angle because he can just roll this. Because he wants to be somewhere around that second diamond or a little further towards end rail would be perfect. And I think this is natural here.
I think he's going to not play that. I think he's going to try and get the white out, which I think is a mistake because
I agree.
He might miss the pack.
He got lucky enough to have the right angle where he can just roll this. And that's what he should be doing. Is roll it and then shoot it in the side pocket, or what you call the middle. And he's doing exactly what you said, you do.
Yeah, depending on where the front ball, I think he'll miss this.
See, I would have never planned on playing in the side, but if I rolled up on the 3 like that, I would. Well, this is pretty easy. He should be able to get a fair piece of that 4 ball.
If he hits this hard, he'll probably arc around. He'll probably clip the 4.
Now, this is just like a medium speed shot. You don't want to hit this too hard.
Yeah.
If you hit it at medium speed, you're going to get a lot of 4 ball. Well, you hit it too hard.
Yeah, and just clip the 4 ball, but he's got a good split.
But that's the thing is I've seen a lot of players not really recognize where the cue ball is going. I mean, all you got to do is shoot that same shot and shoot it, with about 30% less speed, and the balls would have come out a lot better.
Yeah, I played a 6 and then a 1. And used a 1 on white to just nudge the cluster again.
I'm not sure if I'd nudge the cluster, but I'd certainly be looking at coming up and shooting the 11 or the 12.
But even if you get the white off the cushion and come back towards the 15, you can't not be on the 12.
Yeah, unless you get on the wrong side of the 15.
And even then, if you're on that, you've got the 7 up the top corner.
Okay, he's still okay. Unfortunately, the 15 doesn't go in the other corner, so.
Which is why again it's like, for me, they're doing great to get to where they are. Like now, I'd be playing the 12 and going into the 9.
Yeah, roll this not too hard because you want to get enough of the 9.
Well, you need to hit a little bit of pace because you're not guaranteed to be on the ball there.
Yeah, no, I agree. You don't want to hit it easy, but you don't want to hit this hard either.
No.
Kind of a medium low speed, and he's not going to shoot it. See, now he's getting into trouble.
Yeah, he's got to play the 2 now. So this is one of the reasons why I say go into the clusters with controlled pace rather than So now he's got hardly any balls to go for.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with bumping balls as long as it's controlled. He's just getting himself in deeper and deeper trouble.
And like here, I'd be tempted to play the 12 now.
Yeah, I'd be shooting a 12 for sure.
Because that'll most likely hit the 8.
Yeah, I think if the angle is sitting, you'll get the other side of the 8, but that's fine. 8 and then maybe the 3 ball. Let's see what he does. Of course, with these balls, you may be right. It may be dead into the 8. These balls just don't have as much dirt on them as what I'm used to. Yeah, he did get to the far side. He hit it so hard.
Yeah, I wouldn't have hit it that hard, to be honest.
Yeah, I wouldn't either.
He's got 2 candidates. The 5 ball.
5 or 3 is all he's got, I think.
The 3 ball. He has to play a 3 ball now. But yeah.
So I would use roll down into the middle of the table here.
Yeah, so I would use the 8 to nudge the 9 or 10, or even the 13 to nudge the 9 and 10.
Yeah, they sitting close to the rack, but it could still be a break ball. Well, he got
funny. He also needs to move. See, I played a 15 now, which opens up the pocket for the 7. But then again, playing the 8. 8's a good break ball.
Yeah, 8 he can break with. I think he was trying to get on a 13 and just roll too far. I would go forward with this in 3 rails. Try to come back out for the 13.
Yeah, and he can also
run a 15 ball and 3 rails.
But he can play the 13, roll the white forward off the cushion, and then play the 10, or play the 9 in the top corner. But I like the idea of moving using the 8 or the 13 to move those 2. But again, I would move them earlier rather than leave them later.
Yeah, well, that ship already sailed. He's playing the 3 railer. He needed to be a lot tighter around it than that. He needed to become on the other side of the 5 ball. I mean, he can shoot this 13, but it's just not a very good shot, and he's not in a place on the 7 where it's easy to get to it. So now he's going to shoot the 5.
He could play the 5 and then play the 13 in the middle to use the nudge them. But again, for me, it's leaving that cluster till last.
Yeah, well, it just the longer you leave it, the less chance you're going to come out up with a shot when you move them.
Yeah.
And that's the biggest problem is that when you come down to where you're breaking them and then you have to have a shot on one of the balls that are in the cluster, that starts becoming difficult.
Yeah, like now.
Yeah, so he's going to run into him now. He could end up messing up his break ball.
The 9 goes.
Oh, he is. The 9 does go, you're right. He's going to have to throw it a little maybe, but it does go.
Yeah, that 9.
I think he's at an angle where it's naturally going to throw a little bit of left English to make sure of that.
Yeah, I'd take that now because he's guaranteed to be on the ball after.
But he's not shooting it.
If he plays this, he's not.
Yeah, well, that was the problem with that is he could mess up his break ball, and that's what he ended up doing.
Well, you still got the 5 ball as a break ball. As long as he gets the white on the far right rail.
Yeah, it just becomes a have to perform. You got to get it all the way over to the rail.
Yeah.
Which, line-wise isn't a problem. Speed-wise, that's usually the issue with that kind of shot.
Yeah. But I think that's the only...
He's going to have to play the 8 and come straight across. And then, shooting that 10 and back, cutting it in the corner is pretty easy to come across and get the speed to the rail. Now, see, he's playing, I don't know what he's doing. I would have played the 8 there, then the 10, and then shot the 5 you liked.
Yeah, I think he's going to try and cut the 8 which I don't think's.
That's a terrible shot. And the reason why it's a terrible shot is because the angle you're coming into the rail, it's real easy to get the cue ball stuck in the pack. If you hit like that 2-ball dead square, you're probably going to get stuck.
Like you did earlier.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, you got to hit this with enough speed. You know, he missed the rack and came across the other side, and he's got nothing. Which honestly isn't surprising given, you know, the shot.
Yeah, now he's got a difficult safety.
Well, he can just tuck this in against the 2.
See, if I was Tommyy, I'd be playing
11.
If I was Tommyy right now, he could play the 11, but I would just nudge onto the in between the. Actually,
I'd be
just
shooting
into the 4. Just play into the 4.
I'd be shooting 11 here. It's just too good to not shoot it.
But there's no guarantee you're not on a shot.
Well, I mean, there's possibilities. You got the 214. He's going to bump the 1.
Yeah, but there's no shot after, really.
Well, you're going to have to move balls. But the thing is you can always play a safety. See, like if he wants to now, he could shoot that 1 ball up in the corner, put him on the end rail and play safe.
Yeah, but he'll be putting the 1, screwing the white back, and then playing the 7.
Yeah, I'd probably play safer because he didn't come up with much. You know, at this point, this rack is not looking like it's going anywhere. It's better just to make that and put him on the end rail.
Yeah, but they won't see that.
I mean, he's up. It's now it's time to put pressure on him. Instead, he does this. I mean, that's just.
Yeah, but that's kind of really like a safety anyway, really, to be fair.
It is, except now he's got a foul. That's the problem with that is now he's on 1. And, you know, that gives Larry a lot of options. If he would have just played safe and put him on the end rail, Larry would have been in real trouble and he wouldn't have had a foul. Instead, Larry's got ball in hand and gets to place it where he wants, and Tommy's on 1.
Yeah, so I would probably clip the 7, leave the white on the diamond near the middle pocket.
Well, that's a harder shot, but a better shot, but he didn't get it up to the end rail. I mean.
Yeah, so you can clip the 7 now, and then just play the white at the other end of the table.
And I think that's what he's going to do. Didn't hit it hard enough. And that's the thing, if you're going to shoot that shot, you got to shoot it to move that 1 ball up to the top rail. You don't want to leave guys here. It just gives them
See again, 7 ball.
much control.
I just play the 7 ball. Just clip the 7 ball and just leave the white in the top left-hand corner. As long as you feather it, you don't want to hit it too thick, that'll like give him a
Or you can play the 2 ball off the 12 if you're comfortable with that shot.
Yeah.
See, like the Filipinos, they might shoot that shot because they play those kind of balls a lot. You know, they're used to them.
Yeah, that's because they play straight all the time.
Well, they play Filipino rotation all the time, and those shots come up all the time.
Yeah. Whereas that's a bad shot.
Yeah, well, I mean, eventually somebody was going to do that.
So you could play this now just to pot and leave the white.
I'd be cramming back into the rack hard with this. I'd be hitting this with bottom right and coming back into the rack with a lot of speed. I mean, it's easy to make the ball. It's very easy to get into the rack with a lot of speed.
Yeah, I would probably play what he's just done and use the white to go into the pack this way.
I would have cranked them then, but to each his own. I mean, I think this shot's easier to miss at speed than that 14 was.
Yeah, but what happens if you don't put enough spin where you just glide past the pack rather than going into the pack?
Well, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. I mean,
Oh God.
that shot can be missed at speed because the pocket gets small. Where the 14 was sitting, I think it was pretty easy. Now, predicting exactly where you're going to hit the rack may not have been easy, but I mean, I think there was a lot of good spots you could hit it and been fine.
So now for me, it would be the 2 ball, break ball, 5 ball, 15 and 12 for the setup.
Yeah, and I like that. We'll see what he does. I mean, he doesn't think that way. But hopefully he recognizes leaving the 2. I'd also leave the 6 at this point because it's a good break ball. I like leaving 2 just in case something happens.
Yeah, I think the 2 is easier to get on.
I do too, but I'd still leave the 6 there because stuff happens.
Yeah, I mean he can even.
It's just a bailout ball.
Man,
Oh, look at this.
God, he wants to lose this, doesn't he?
I don't know what happened there. That was a mouse cue. That's like a miscue, but with a mouse.
Yeah. Even the 15 ball is a good ball to leave last. You don't have to do anything with the white. As long as you get the white between the 2 diamonds, if you're looking up or down the table, I think Larry's surprised he's even got a shot. He's probably gone for a toilet. He's probably surprised. Yeah. So I mean, like now, if I had a chance to be back at the table again, I'd be looking at the table. I would not be taking the 12. I'd be taking the 4.
Yeah, it makes a lot more sense to take the 4 right now.
And then the 3, maybe the 10. See, I'd be getting the 4, 3, 10, 13, 7. That would be my order.
Okay, well, he did take the 4, and he's probably going to shoot the 15 instead of the 3, but he really needed to come out more and shoot the 3.
Yeah. Don't go for the 2. So he needs to move the. I think the 6 and 10. I think they're too.
All right, I'm going to take a bathroom break. This is taking a long time.
Just go. Just do what I do. Just go where you're sitting. So go on in, guys. If anyone's watching, what would you play? Also, I want to have a little vote with you guys. Slim's barred from this boat, and I can hear. Actually, I can see what you mean with the echo. Perhaps I'm in the same cave as what Steve's in. So anyway, the vote. Slim's barred. Who thinks Stob should be banned or at least fined? Has it been this echoey all afternoon?
Okay, that's better.
I'm just listening to the stream, Steve, and we're both echoey.
Well, it wasn't so echoey before Hugh left. When Hugh left, for some reason, it got more echoey.
Hotman should be barred. To be honest, I think those mistakes from Tommyy has given Larry a boost in confidence.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think Larry just needs to relax and play. I mean, he's just, he's just not in any kind of rhythm. And if he can catch a little bit of rhythm, I think part of the problem with, listening to the commentation later and going back and looking at it is then you try to get better, is then you start thinking a lot. And, you've got to play enough where you kind of know what to do and you don't have to think so much, because thinking and trying to play is tough.
I think just playing any cue sport, if you have a process, just try and simplify a process in your head, like play things in a certain order. Makes things a lot easier.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is that if you don't recognize the order and you have to think about it, that sort of takes you out of your rhythm and then you don't play well.
Yeah.
And I think that's what's happening to Larry.
But with straight in general, it's like you let the pack open, you look for a break ball, you avoid that ball at all costs, and then work out what balls you want to leave last to get on that ball. That's how I look at it.
Yeah, but you've done it long enough that you don't have to think much. It's just sort of obvious. And I think you haven't done it that much, and you're trying to think about it, and you're looking at all the balls, and there's a lot of choices, and you can shoot any ball on the table. It becomes not so simple.
Yeah, they're saying in the chat that it's really bad echo.
The echo is worse.
Yeah. Whereas I hear you on Discord and it's quite smooth.
Yeah, Discord is fine.
There must be Hugh's end that's causing this.
Yeah. See, like now he's just sitting thinking. Straight pull is a game that to play well, you need to play in rhythm. Very few guys can play this game and stop and start and think a lot. If you watch the good players play, they, bump, they'll shoot ball after ball after ball, and they won't stop to think unless, there's really a situation they have to, and they'll do that, and then they'll go back to playing in a rhythm, bump, not,
So that shot that Larry just played there, right? Guys need to look at the table and think, how can I simplify it? There was a simple shot there where he could have just rolled that 12 in and then played the 8 up in the top corner, or the one in the middle.
Yeah, and he gets rid of one of those balls that's in the way, and the other one's the break ball. I mean, it solves the problem, and it was simple.
Yeah. Whereas a lot of players complicate the situation. Now he's got a massive cluster of balls that he needs to deal with.
Yeah, he either needs to get on the side where he can shoot that 8 and 1 in the corner, or he needs to shoot them up table.
Yeah, see, like now he could pop the 5 and get on the 1 or the 8, even the 11. And you can manipulate the pocket like that.
Well, and instead he tried to go into him and bump him, and doing that, he missed the shot. But even if he made the shot, there's no guarantee he wouldn't have tied balls up or come out worse. Or he had ways to get to those balls that were not difficult.
Yeah, and now I would play the play the 7, play the 3, play the 8.
But I think Larry's mind is just kind of blown right now. I mean, I've been there. I can remember times where I had ball in hand playing like in 9 ball matches where I had ball in hand with 4 or 5 balls left on the table and no trouble at all, and looking at it and thinking that it looked hard to run out
Yeah.
because my mind was so blown. And I think Larry's kind of at that point where he's just like in shock. His mind is just gone because he may not understand how to play a straight bull as good as some, but he plays way better than he's playing.
Yeah, I played him in a straight side tournament, and he was taking his time. He played a lot of the right shots. He played good cannons, he disturbed the ball at the right time. So he does know what to do. I guess like when you're in the moment, I guess it's easier for us to commentate and see these shots, whereas when you're on the table, you don't necessarily see.
Well, it is, but on the other hand, like I think his mind is kind of blown. I think he's just struggling right now with his tempo, and he's overthinking things, and I mean, he's just not playing his game.
And like there, Tommy should be playing safe.
Yeah. Well, it's a little tricky now. He's probably gonna.
Yeah.
Well, he played a really good shot. Yeah. That was a fine shot, and the best thing about that is Larry can't go up table with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. See that worked out well because now Tommyy can go up table and hopefully stick him on end rail.
Again, for me, this could have all been avoided if. All I'm saying to the guys is that I'm not an expert straight ball player, but I've got a good idea of what to play and when to play it.
Well, you've got a good enough idea to have him popped off a very significant run. You just can't do that when you're doing a lot of things wrong.
Yeah, but like I said, again, it's the being at the table, not necessarily seeing these shots. See, this is a temptation here, playing the 8 up the end pocket.
I don't think you can see it.
Yeah, you can see that.
You think he can shoot the 8-ball?
Yeah.
Boy, that's awful tight.
Yeah, I'm old, but I can see that. I'd be tempted now, definitely, to play that. But then again, saying that, it's like it's 43 points behind.
Well, the decision isn't to shoot the 8-ball or not. The decision is the safety or the 8-ball a better shot, because sometimes shooting the 8-ball is going to be a better shot. Sometimes playing safe's better, depending on which one's more difficult.
Yeah, I think the safety here, you could play the 4 and just screw the white back a little bit.
Well, he played the shot and he missed it.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't a terrible ball to shoot it.
No.
Hole.
Well, at least he had balls to go for it.
Yeah, well, I mean,
so if he got it, he had a good. Well, he's not really on a ball really as well.
Yeah, he had a not such an easy shot. Well, let's see what Tommyy does there. Sometimes it's how players play too. Sometimes when you're playing somebody, their pace of play or how they play or whatever's going on can throw you for a loop. I mean, everybody has players that, are like their kryptonite, or they have trouble beating them, even though they, maybe they should. They don't.
Like me with redhead.
Yeah, I mean, I've been there.
things are quite annoying because both matches I played Bedhead, he was the only one that I played bad with, both matches.
Yeah.
Everyone else was just like, yep, I'm on a mission. I'm not losing this match. But Bedhead was just like, he's kryptonite to me.
All right, he's got a good chance to move balls here. Hit the 9 and suck back into 15-7 because the 4 ball's sitting right there, so he's going to come up with a shot.
So what about putting the 9 and screwing the white back and then playing the 15 into the pack?
It's tough to get by the 15 at that angle.
Yeah.
He had enough angle, I think it was going to be hard to get by it.
13's a break ball. Take the 2 now. Then the 4, and then the 14.
That's what he's looking at. He's actually going to shoot the right shot.
So 2, 14, and then 2, 4, and then the 14 on the 3.
Good evening.
Oh,
morning.
Woke up again.
I've been to bed. I've slept for an hour. I got up to the bathroom and had a quick look, and the bloody thing's still going on.
Oh, it's been a long match. There's been some pain in this.
Hello, Hugh.
Good evening. It's come up in 3 hours. 3 hours this match.
Yeah. God.
They say they're getting a lot of echo on the feed.
Yeah. When you listen to the rerun, Hugh, you'll hear it's very, very echoey.
Right.
I mean, it was sometime like that with Steve on the stream. I didn't realise until I actually logged on to YouTube and heard it for myself.
I don't know what it is in Discord. There must be something needs changed in Discord then.
Discord's fine. There's no echo from either side. Don't take the 13.
Well, the echo, I don't hear anything because obviously I'm listening to Discord as well, so it's what's come out the other end. So there must be something in Discord that's causing it, though.
Well, actually, Hugh, let me go onto the stream and you talk. Well, actually, Hugh, it's okay now.
Am I okay?
How do I sound?
Well, I'm hearing you in Discord. I'm not listening to the stream.
How do I sound?
Yeah, it's all okay now.
Huh.
I'm hearing you in Discord. Yeah, there's no echoey now. Hugh, you must have some cure.
Hugh, you fixed it just by waking up.
No, I haven't. I've not touched anything though.
Yeah, you can't go to sleep now. You have to stay up.
You fixed it just by being present.
Yeah. So you're
Well, I don't think I'm going to fix Larry though.
You're not just a tactical genius; you're a technical genius now too.
Yeah. Well, to be honest, with what you've missed, Tommy's played some shocking shots. We've given Larry some confidence back. Larry actually got a chance to get back into this match.
Boy, he got on the wrong side of this, and you could miss this rack just like that. Yep.
And scratch.
Swish.
So what Street should do, Steve, is if you foul on a break, you lose all those points that you accumulated.
No. No.
Yeah, you're talking about a 3 hour match that will last 5 hours. Is that what you want?
No. Yeah. So yeah, this is the he's found a way that this works. Whereas I like to put the white ball right on the rail.
He went for the bank on the corner ball and didn't make it.
Yeah, see, I think you have more of a chance with the white tight on the rail.
I think he's just hoisting the white flag at this point.
I think he's got away with it almost. Oh no, he's
15 ball goes.
Yeah, that is super tight.
It's not that tight. He's got about 3/4 of a pocket at least. He's got about 3/4 of a pocket.
I'd probably prefer to take the 2 and 9.
What's he doing?
Well, he only needs 12. Still don't write Larry off because he's more than capable of running a
There you go.
60.
That was terrible. He
So this,
shot it to the corner of the pocket he didn't have.
yeah, this is the kind of stuff that Tommy's been doing late match. He sent me a PM saying he slipped. He slipped.
Well, if Larry pulls his head out here, he could still win.
Yeah.
But now is the last opportunity to get the head extracted. And doesn't look like he's going to.
Yeah, but then you've also got, Steve, like over 3 hours of a match to stay focused is really a mammoth task, especially if you get sat out on the sidelines.
I don't know. I mean, I'm old and I'm old and I go play in pool tournaments where I play for 14 or 15 hours straight.
Yeah, but you've got an advantage that you can actually sit down and not move and still reach the table. All of us have to get up and move.
Yeah, I think the problem is just, he's just got himself in a headspace. He overthink. He got out of rhythm, and he's just, he's in a funk now. Because it's not, Larry is so far from his game. I mean, this is not how he plays pool.
Larry, as I said, Larry played pretty damn well versus me yesterday. Didn't put a foot wrong. Played safe.
Well, Sylvia's probably watching this going, why didn't you play like this against me? Because I'm sure he must have played better than this against Sylvia. I didn't get to see the match. You guys saw the match. What was it like?
I didn't.
Well, Larry just scored more each visit. That was basically it.
Well, I mean, I'm sure he must have played better than this, didn't he?
Yeah, but then again, Sylvia did kind of play some weird shots.
Yeah, of course. The other thing is though that Larry, was never in this situation where he's having to be, a lot more aggressive. This is where he has to be in that match. He could be aggressive in the knowledge that Sylvia wasn't coming back with an awful lot.
Hope the 112 goes.
Yeah, he's seen that.
Well, the thing is in this match is there's been situations where Larry played aggressive when he shouldn't, and then there were situations where he didn't play aggressive and he should have. Oh gosh.
He's definitely took that for granted.
Well, I mean, he needed to shoot the one ball at the pocket. He tried to hit it straight on, and there's too much space in between the balls.
So I'd play I'd definitely be playing the 1, and then using the white to go into the cluster.
Yeah, the 3's sitting in the spot where but he's not thinking that. Now he's
just play the 3 in the middle, and then use the 12, and then the white into the cluster. I think that would be a better shot.
Yeah, I think either way is good. Looks like he's going to go 3-12.
Yeah.
Well, this would be some comeback to win from here.
I think this could be screwy. He's probably going to come above the 10 if he could come straight into the 10. I mean, we'll see what he decides to do here.
Slightly above the 10 would be better because he'd be on the 10.
That was better because it was more guaranteed he's going to come up with a shot, which he did.
Did I hear you can manipulate the corner for a little bit and nudge into the 14?
He tried to, but he missed it.
Yeah, the 13. There's no real decent break ball.
He's fine here. He's going to shoot the 6, and Well, he can break off the 11, but getting to it's tough. That's that shot where, you know, you've got a very small area to get to, play the 11 in the side.
Then you could play the 13 in the corner and use the white back cushion and into the back of the pack.
Yeah. He's going to shoot the 1 right here and get rid of that possibility. Well, he's trying to move balls.
Yeah, I think he needs to get the white on the left side, but slightly higher. That's like you said, it's hard to
He can bump the 14 here. He's got the opportunity to do it.
off the 13.
Yeah, it's a little speed sensitive.
Yeah, just a little bit of right hand side.
He's not looking at that. I mean, the good thing about that shot is he's going to get another shot on the 11 or the 8.
Yeah, but then, like I said, you could play the. Oh, he's on the. If he plays the 11, 14, he can get on the 13, but he needs to be almost straight on the 14.
Yeah, it's he can play the 13 and get to the rack. I mean, I think that's at this point that's his best chance. But he's got a funny angle on this 11. He's probably gonna have to slide across. Yep. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. He can. He's got enough.
Yeah, he's not gonna be able to get an angle back into the rack. I think
Yeah, from there he could. He's got big. Because where the triangle is, the balls aren't set right on the edge of the triangle.
We'll see what he gets there. I think it's gonna be a little funny.
Yeah, dead weight. As long as he gets.
Yeah, it's just
not there though.
Yeah, he was a little high. That was a tough shot. Well, the good news is the safety's easy.
Yeah, that's a good safety.
Yeah, but the problem he's got is that,
But I mean, Larry only really needs a good chance. He's capable of running a 59.
well, he is when his head's in the right spot. I don't know if he is right now. That's the problem is that, it's just been really tough for him. I'd be tempted to shoot at this 15 ball.
The thing is, you also got the fact that
Well, there's a foul.
If I wouldn't write Larry off yet because he can just get a 20, 15, 20, play safe.
Oh, I'm not writing him off. I'm just saying that he's going to have to play better. He can't keep doing what he's been doing for the last 2.5 hours or 2 hours and 11 minutes.
Yeah.
He's going to have to play better to have a chance.
But still, it's a long match. I mean, anyone to stay focused.
He's going to stick him up on the end rail here. Now that's good speed. He's going to get him pretty good. Not quite.
So I don't like hitting the corners.
Yeah, that's good touch. He's on a foul right now.
Who?
Tommyy, wasn't he?
No, wasn't.
Oh no. Okay, I got him backwards.
So you could play a safety here, play the bank on the 9, and just screw the white back a little bit.
Yeah, I don't like drawing the ball in that situation. I like that shot better.
But then that gives Larry a chance to play the 6 and leave the white tight between the 7. This is a harder safety now. Can we not fine Stubb for his stupid comments? Steve, can you insert a rule in that whatever Stob says, he gets fined?
That's fine. Every time he logs in.
Yeah, I like that idea. I think hopefully the guys in the chat want that in. Let's do it.
Well,
Bring it.
so far he hasn't quit. I mean, when I said that, first thing I did is go on lobby, and people like, "Oh, he won't do that. It's only $1,000. He'll just quit still." Well, he hasn't quit still, so
Yeah, but he's
so
still
far
doing
that's
it.
been effective.
It's coming though. It's coming.
He's still doing
Don't
yeah.
worry.
But he hasn't lost yet. Steve.
That's fine. He'll get the 500. He'll get the $1,000 fine. Let him do it. And then he'll be in the losers bracket, and the next time it'll be 2,000. Trust me. With a guy that's scared to go in and play for 1,000, you don't think he was want to just give it away in a fine?
Yeah, but can't you put in the clause that any comments to put the opponent off should also be a fine, but not as much?
I could, but I'm not gonna, because you can just mute him. Ignore.
Yeah, but it could be a way of training him.
There's no training Stub, for God's sake. When 20 years try to train Stub.
I think something's gonna change. It's not gonna.
I tried to train him to speak English, and then I end up doing Stubbish.
Yeah, he trained you.
That backfired.
You thought you were training him, but he trained you.
Yeah, definitely. I'm with Steve on this one, Hugh. You've definitely had Stub train you on that one.
Here we go, taking forever again, and thinking.
Well, this could be the fatal move if he doesn't get this right.
All he's got to do is suck this back onto the 11 ball. Bank it and suck it back onto the 11 ball. There's no shot. The 9 ball's no good. I mean, I don't understand this. All it is a little touch draw back on 11.
Oh, great shot.
He called the bank.
Go for it. But it's like staring at that for 2 minutes doesn't increase your chance of making it.
Yeah, but again, Steve, he's with an opponent with only needing 8 points. So now he's kind of like he has to make sure.
Yeah, but the thing is this is why he's in that situation, is because he's spent the whole time trying to make sure
disaster
he's playing poorly because of it.
Well, nine ball to break the pack and get it done, get it over with, but he's not going for it.
100%.
Why is he not taking the 9 and smacking these open and finishing it?
Because they're old and they're not seeing it.
It's pretty easy because you just draw this ball so it's sucking back into the rack with speed, and it's pretty hard to scratch.
See, he's just played the ball to play the same shot he should have done first.
Yeah. When he could have had ball in hand and got any angle he wanted.
Yeah. And he's got the 4 in the middle, but I wouldn't like this right now.
Yeah, this shot's missable.
I'd probably play the 8. Even that's...
Yeah, I like the 8 better too. The pocket's bigger.
And play it hard enough so he's guaranteed to be on the 10 or the 6.
Yeah, I'd definitely play the 8 and go above the side pocket.
Oh. Could use the 6.
There he goes.
Use the white off the 6 to disturb, but does he need to?
Yeah, you could. I don't really like that because
I think he'll miss it.
It's hard to tell where you're coming into it. I mean, I wouldn't shoot it into the pack here.
No, pot the 6, run down for the 4.
Yeah, I'd much rather shoot the 10 and come back around, use the 12, something like that.
Yeah. Play the 10 to get on the 4.
Yeah, this is fine too. You can shoot the 5 ball. Oh, he had the 1. I didn't realize he had the 1 ball.
Then just nudge the 11 in, and then play the 4.
I don't think he'll think that way, but I think that's a good shot. He'd rather make things difficult.
Yeah, like now.
Well,
This again is easy. You can just roll forward and get a little angle on this 4 ball.
Yeah, well, the chance of hitting the middle knuckle.
well, this is over. I mean, just pot this up the rail and then he's on the 4.
Yeah.
So that's 3 hours, 3 hours and 20 minutes.
Well, Larry's got to be shaking his head after this. I mean, this was a rough match for him.
Well done, Tommy. Unlucky, Larry.
And good night from me, and good night from him. Thanks everybody for watching.
Good night, everybody.
Take care, guys.
Bye bye.
We'll see you again
Good
soon.
night.